that's basically how you make an engine run with just water.
That's amazing. I never knew
Yeah,
that.
that's. I mean,
Welcome everybody to
it's starting
Stronghold
seem a little bit
D&D.
sooner.
You've just got to make sure if you're doing that, you swirl it to the left and not the right, because it can blow up.
Of course. Well, that's how the other guy got poisoned.
Unless
exactly.
you're in the southern hemisphere, then it has to go the other way, right?
Right.
No. So that's the problem. You've always got to do it the right way, and that's the problem. Certain times, the places it doesn't work.
Oh. Well.
Okay. Huzzah! We're all here. Let's see. Okay. Intro. It says. This is me last night at like 1 o'clock, just hastily scribbling things down. Warduke fight. Hey, so I got to wear my last. This was supposed to go into today, but alas, the 30-year dungeon master choked me out. So
It's a great T-shirt, though. I love it.
yeah. So previously on CSI Waterdeep, you, Connor and Steve, the young silver dragon, and Lantoris in tow, flew Well of Dragons via the Sunset Mountains to do what Connor does best and reconnoit the Well of Dragons for what is perceived. John Hanna, I think his name was, who was your Zentarum contact, had left there, but led you to believe that there may or may not be, that the whole backside of the Well of Dragons is kind of empty of large forces. Like, the armies are on the north side of the well, which is a large, volcano and caldera, and the south side is abutted to the Sunset Mountains, which makes it like really difficult terrain. And you and John Hanna and kind of came to the conclusion that you needed to reconnoit, and you with your 77 stealth wanted to hop in the back of a Naruto-esque young Naruto, not the super one. Young silver dragon who wanted to prove himself.
And he did.
Do a Death Star trench run all the way into the Well of Dragons, into the Sunset Mountains. You followed that river, and you sneaked in there. You saw various patrols. Argent Kenny from Baldur's Gate had also received some orders from the Flaming Fist to go in and reconnoiter it themselves through Aldar Ravengard, right?
Yes.
Aldar
Yep.
Hervengard.
Aldar
Asked you to go
Hervengard.
up there, so you made contacts with the Harpers. You took Tuna and met up with Kygon Rain, our barbarian, and well, you're down here on my map. I'm not sure. Oh yeah, you're down there. Met Kygon and Krotgar over here, who are Harper contacts X, barbarian-esque, ranger-esque guys that live in the Sunset Mountains. And they were up there, exploring things going on, and they got in a heap of trouble with some hill giants. And they found a captured and dismembered Rainier Neverember, the prodigal son of Dagalt Neverember, the de facto, king of Neverwinter. The old open lord of the Lord's Alliance. And the two parties kind of converged in a empty redoubt that Argent's party cleared of bugbears. You guys linked up. Connor saw them being surrounded, and Connor, systematically killed all of the ambushers. But the ambush was an ambush as Warduke arrived and mightily was critted by Connor, and everything went to hell in a handbasket for the DM, and I was scrambling. Apparently, building a level 15 Paladin Barbarian to fight you was not enough for your dip, duck, dodge, dive Connor/Wick. And much tears and boohooing later, after 2 sessions, you shot him and then dragged him underneath the ground with a ring that I also gave you, which made him completely immobile and deaded him. Took all of his equipment, which that's a bummer. You guys quickly, as you were being pursued, there was lots of, action at the redoubt. 2 young dragons, chromatic ones, arrived and fought you guys. And you guys, which made Krukgar unconscious, and Argent fled as well. So, at least on my side, it was kind of okay. A Death Knight arrived with a patrol of skeletons that you guys also saw, and you guys DD out. You guys ran out of there as quickly as possible. You summoned Steve. Steve landed, and he's doing cross-load checks and stuff like that. He's doing his weight and balance, and he's like, yeah, not so much. And you guys peeled off the, what would you call it? The Fire Giant Strength belt, which I plot attuned real quick. Sure, it takes a little bit longer to attune. Positive it takes time to attune. But since Steve's a silver dragon, he's got plot armor, and he strapped that on, the Dread Knight helmet, and which made him, see all dragons to avoid and more plot things. As he adjusts his center of gravity and grabbed up Lord Neverember's son and Lantaurus, and you guys you left the thing like just a super stuffed bird. And the trench run was, more sloppy, but he was able to avoid detection. He went and picked up Lantaurus, who narrowly evaded being eaten by a green dragon while he was waiting for himself. And over another 8 hours of travel, stopping, ever so often to move. Your characters now are at least one level of exhaustion. If you didn't already have exhaustion, you're traveling into, we'll say it's becoming morning. The sun is beginning to rise in the east. But as you see it, it's always very telling when you see Elturel. It always looks like there's another sunset as you're traveling, because there's this sunset of the companion that rises over Elturel to, put holy light and free it of an undead incursion, hundreds of years prior, maybe 80, I don't know, 1470 something in dragon years, year of the monkey. So you guys are traveling in. I can say that as you're getting there and it's morning, you can see the the sun rising in the east, right? I guess it's this side of the map. And you see a clear line, a demarcation of barren wasteland that's 1.5, 2 kilometers from, we speak in feet, don't we, in Dungeons and Dragons, 3,000 feet, 47 Copenhagen's away from Elturel to the east. It's pretty ripped up from, dragons coming in and attacking Elturel, but not really being able to defeat the Felbar battalion and the late Elia, the silver dragon that was defending Elturel. As you guys are moving in, you see the sun coming up from the east, you see Elturel, and off to the west, you see a long line of dust that's probably 10, 15 miles from Elturel, which appears, as you guys are returning, you can see, figures of dragons, circling the, and covering what appears to be, the main body and the vanguard of the Lord's Alliance, the armies of the North, Waterdeep, and whoever you met up in your previous councils. So you see a stream, a long, thin stream north of the Choanthar River of what looks like a massive, massive army arriving. And you guys are smoked. Most of you guys, I don't know if you guys have, likened to a long, long patrol where you're getting like the sleepies in the car on the way home. You're trying to stay awake, but you're getting the heavy sleepies. But some of you guys are just totally passed out. Argent's Argent's a rich kid from Baldur's Gate, so he's just zonked out in one of the clutches of Steve. And Connor, you don't sleep, so you're just doing boring elf things while you're writing all this stuff down. You're like army to the west and barren wasteland to the east. Ooh, 2 sunsets.
It's why elves are the superior race. It's why they're the superior race.
Oh yeah, indeed. So he's flapping in. He's feeling confident. He takes a short rest so he can get himself. He took a quick breather drinking from a Choanthar River, and he flies in. You can see the High Hall on the top of Elturel, which is a slight hilled city. The dock districts are kind of where a lot of the shipping and offices and timber supplies and things like that come through. And then the high area is more of Vatican-esque, where it's a walled city, big cleric energy, big tier lavender helm, lavender, then Lathander, Lathander, Helmtorm, all them cats of justice and lawful goodness. It's now lavender in the Faerun. It's just been canonized. So you guys are coming in like the Sopwith camel on the last mission, just shot down the Red Baron. Hey, Henry, can you landscape your camera? You're giving me vertigo. But kidding. Thank you. So you guys so yeah, you guys are flying in, and there's like a mini courtyard where the Palace of Justice and the High Hall kind of sit, and you just basically, he takes like one bound in and then just takes his shoulder and just smashes for like 10 feet ungracefully, and you see various what are they called, not Hell Riders, Knights of the Companions, I think they're just called, Order of the Companion, on their snooty horses, and you see, Sir Grim at the top of the stairs kind of looking down at you guys, and you guys all take 7 bludgeoning damage from crashing in, and you guys arrive, and there's these tall steps up to the High Hall. Inside the walls of the palace, castle, citadel of Elturel proper, you saw that the High Gardens off to your right, which looks like a big central park, as you crest in behind what's on my map, the golden walls. They don't have golden walls. They just use your imagination. Crashes behind the walls, and you see various diplomats and Lord's Alliance folks that arrived with the very first parties to get there, kind of run up to you guys. I'll give you a moment to, if you want to do anything, but you guys kind of just Manu, you're just in in High Garden, still zapping and disintegrating things, and you know what I mean, shooting stuff with your brand new Eye of Vecna.
Where are they in relation to me? I see there, there's a stream that runs through the middle of the High Garden, right?
Yeah, probably 30, 40 feet, we'll say, 50 feet. We're exactly far away as you need to be to see them.
So, I feel just really cool with what this eye has shown me, and as I see them, I'm on the other side of the stream from them. So I'm going to use Control Water to reverse the flow of the stream, so that it completely dries up, and I walk across the stream to go meet them.
Okay, all right.
I just
your eyes.
Just everybody just sees the water just receding. I walk across, and then the water comes back in behind me.
Very nice, very nice.
I don't want to get my feet wet.
Tortle.
Tortle.
Everybody's hey. You see, there's like a cleric, off to the side, like, that wasn't necessary,
Are you talking to me?
Yeah. There's like, there's a family off the side, like. Meanwhile, you guys are like, Krokgar, you're tucked under the wing of, you're kind of peeling yourself out from underneath Steve. Steve's like, sorry.
Okay.
I meant to do that. Yeah, so you guys are inside the high hall, just kind of getting yourself together. Henry's off shopping. He sees it as well. He's, everybody does notice in the morning as Henry's off doing his normal daily prayers or whatever. He's in the. We'll say you went back to the Palace of Justice to kind of crash. You got a room there, since you're a VIP, and you hear the commotion. You look out, the rose window in the Palace of Justice, and you see them just kind of stumble in there as well. If you needed a long rest, you just had one, but I think you're straight.
Make my way to them, to the group. Put my shopping bag down,
I'm gonna walk up to Steve and go, hey, Steve, did I see you're here? Did Connor make it? We had our doubts.
He looks underneath his belt and he's like, hang on, let me check. And he like looks under and kind of like points under his belly, and like there's a very, there's an elf that just got laid on, by a young dragon, and he's just kind of standing up.
No, he didn't. I've already gone.
Not today. You're under a dragon.
I'll let the DM have that one.
So
would that be a dexterity roll?
He's like, hey, check it out. And he looks down, you see this like, a black gold trimmed belt, real width, long width belt that's got like in the seams where the crack of the leather would be, it's just like lava, kind of like pulsing lava. And he's like, check this out. And he's kind of like looking, at you guys, and he's standing like he's real proud of it, and he's like, and look at my new home. And his eyes are glowing red, big blue horns on it.
what did you do to get that, Steve?
He's like, he points at Connor. And he's like, this is great.
I'll say, Steve had to borrow the equipment to get us home.
Yeah, the red eyes from the dread helm just kind of like look down, you know what I mean? As he kind of like looks over and points at the holes in his wings and stuff like that, and he's like, okay.
We've got stuff for you, don't worry.
Yeah. You got me XP. I'm 10 away from being an adult dragon.
Steve, what kind of belt is that? Do you know?
He's like, this is a fire giant's belt. And he kind of goes like this, and he flexes, and he's just like...
Flexing his doubts.
Would you be willing to trade?
He's like, absolutely.
I've got another belt in my bag.
Master checks off the loot fight.
Just like
As you're doing that, as I'll say, Manu, we'll sort this out later.
what are you talking about? I just put.
Like Steve is doing one-handed push-ups with it. You know what I mean? Like
I reach into the bag. I just reach into the bag of holding and I pull out another belt and I go, I'll give you this one for that one. This is a hill giant belt.
He's like, yeah, sure. I mean, like, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I kind of like this, but if anybody, then he kind of like looks over, and Connor,
Just say, like, I'll trade you.
Manu, as I said, we'll deal with this later.
I'll trade you, Connor.
Yeah. We'll sort it out after. I'm just having my I need my just to peruse what we've got. And see if I can
Okay.
have my,
Okay.
see what there is. There might be. You never know. Some of these items may be bad for you. We need to make sure that's not the case.
The consummate rationalist. Okay.
Yeah.
if you remember the kind of like dirty brown hair with like gray streaks in it, what's her name? Farron Jinx runs down to you guys, and she's one of the highest like of the acolytes that are in the high hall to form, and she kind of goes down and she's like, what do you guys need? Do you need, like, she's clearly tells you guys are smoked. She's like, we have cots set up in the high hall next to the pews, if you guys want to come. And she's
in a few minutes
to the Palace of Justice, like that place isn't exactly a hotel nowadays. It's more of a prison, but like if you guys want to come into the high hall.
Let's just say we've got a few things to report back first. Did you know that there's a massive army on your eastern flank on the way in?
On the eastern flank. What?
Whichever flank it was.
Yeah, they were
western flank. I'll give them all the details and I'll say how many there was. We need to sort this out. However tired we are, we need to get this information to the people that need it.
Okay. Various like aides to the Order of the Gauntlet and the Flaming Fist are nearby, and they take this report and they run it into the high hall as you guys are coming in, and you're clanking and you're taking your belts off and stuff like that, kind of throwing it in a pew to just lay down, and you can tell they're bringing pillows and stuff like that for you guys, and various sergeants and lieutenants from the Flaming Fist, which are the primary there, the Felbar Battalion, I think it was called, Faz's old crew. They're up on the walls. Those dudes are working all day long. They built these like really cool dwarvish scorpions and ballistas and things like that make it just intolerable for a chromatic dragon to come anywhere near Elturel. So these Flaming Fists, some of them seem pretty professional, but they're mainly mercenaries. They're not like the best. They just got a lot of numbers. They come up to you and they take this information, and it's like early in the morning. They run off, and you hear just like the steps of like chainmail and plate mailed feet, just like, and you see Aldar Ravengard coming down the hall, and like he raises up his hands. He's like, Connor, what have you got? Congratulations. First of all, welcome back. Very brave. Like, he's just very, impressed with, getting there. And he's like,
I'll say I couldn't have done it without any of these people.
Before you go to sleep, give me what you got, and then we'll take a full report when you wake up, if you don't mind.
No, that's perfect. But bear in mind, this wasn't a single person effort, and every single person here, I'll introduce our new friends.
He's like, he kind of points over to Fabius Krieg, and he's just like, I presume that they will have, accommodations suiting to their station. And
good.
Krieg's like, oh, of course. And he mutters to like some other sycophant and kind of walks off.
So I'll say, in order of importance, the most important thing is there's an army to your west, and I'll list all the information that we managed to get on the flight in.
Like,
and say that
should be Alagarthas and the Vanguard. They should be arriving shortly. I got a message earlier this morning from a rider, and he points off, and you see like an Eldritch Knight, unbuckling his armor, and they don't sleep. He's an elf, so he's also standing there like doing math problems, other tedious things that you know, how else are doing.
Oh, they're not the Vulcans.
Eating a leaf. He nods at you. I like elves. You can tell. He killed Morduke.
Argent, seeing Oldar Ravengard, he's not exactly in his best looking state. He uses prestidigitation to clean himself up real quick. Whoosh. And
Axe.
yeah, axe there. I smell amazing. And goes up to Oldar and says, "Sir, I'd like to. We found this. Is Lord Neverember around?"
He's like, he is traveling. You'll know when he's here. He gestures outside. There's a wooden Arc de Triomphe being built by the bridges of Torm. He's like, Lord Neverember should be here maybe tomorrow afternoon with the main body.
Gotcha. Not that I care, but we have his son. And I point to.
He just looks over and he's like, well, he's been missing for nearly 15 years. You know this, right?
What?
And he brings you to the side and he's like, we could play something here, but it's not the time. I need to return to the War Council as quickly as possible. But last we heard, he had taken a calling to the Harpers, leaving his father. They're very estranged. And he puts his hands on his shoulders. He's like, this has been invaluable. If you expect a promotion, I need an aide as the Grand Duke, if you're interested. And he shakes your hand. Well met, lack and allay. Words, medieval times. And, you know.
What just happened here? I don't know.
Basically, he let you know that, they're, him and the son and him are estranged. He's been missing for years.
I got that. I was like, what just happened at the end of this? I don't know. But
he's pulling you into the inner circle.
Gotcha.
Once he leaves, I'll go over to Argent and sort of a quiet word say, sometimes when you've done honest work, honest dirt, honest grime is useful. You don't need to pretty yourself up when you've done the fantastic job that you just did.
Connor, I have to present.
No, you don't.
I do.
But then it looks like you haven't been working hard and doing it. This proved you had the. Just saying, anyone could turn up and look pretty. You were effective, brilliant, did exactly what you said you were going to do.
And I
sometimes
look,
a bit
and
of
now
honest,
I appreciate that, Connor. And now I look amazing as I did before.
Good RP.
I'm like, well.
Would you care to join me down at the local digs? See what Elturel has to offer.
I plan on sleeping.
So that being said, Aldar Ravengard points off to some to one of his captains, and points at you guys, and a couple squires run up and with sharpening stones and things like that, and just basically, so for you, Krokgar, one of the guys walks up to you and he's like, hello sir, the name's Bryce. I've been asked, would you like me to sharpen your weapons? And another guy walks up to you, Kygon Rain. I'm sorry. Whoop. This whole Krokgar Kygon Rain thing is gonna take me forever. He walks up to Kygon Rain, can I sharpen your axe? And then the other guy was just hands a bunch of arrows, 20 arrows that have been just freshly, sharpened, and starts putting them in your quiver. And they got various brushes and are about to clean your stuff, and you can tell there's a bucket of soap in there. They're ready. While you guys rest, you want us to clean up your equipment?
Oh yeah. I'll take off my sword and hand it to him. There
Okay.
you go.
Okay.
I like my equipment dirty. Keep
Okay.
it the way it was.
The guy seems like pretty impressed, you know. And he's like, yeah, me too. And he's never seen combat before. He's like, yeah, that's how I like mine as well. But you know, and he hears him like, always keep your hatchet scoured. I've read that somewhere. Let's see. Just for you know, kind of the newer guys, kind of playing. RP is what you make of it. I'm a yappy filler guy. I'll start filling the gaps. This is the opportunity if you guys want to take that 8 hours like long rest. Henry, you'll be up. Manu, you'll be up, and Connor and you got Connor. You're just gonna. They kind of walk you off to like a library, kind of a quiet library where you can sit, and the Eldritch Knight is there, and he takes of you, and he's just like, go ahead and calm yourself, elvenly, you know, and you just kind of warg out or whatever you guys do for 8 hours. Like, if you don't sleep, why do you need it? It's beyond.
No,
Tell me,
it's because of rules. It's because of rules. They have to have an 8-hour long rest. They generally do 4 hours of trance and 4 hours of crochet.
4 hours of crochet.
nice. So you're
No,
just like,
it's basically 4 hours of you have 4 hours of trance where you can't do anything, but then you can still do 4
crocheting.
hours.
I want to know. I'm calling you out on this. Are you crocheting?
I better see Connor come out of whatever he's doing with a macrame helmet or something.
Well, yeah. Steve's
No,
like,
I've actually.
I'll keep the equipment on for just a little bit longer. I would like other dragons to, if you don't mind. He kind of takes you off to the side, and he's like, do you mind if I flex this just a little bit more?
If you need, I don't mind you flexing that, and I've got something else that'll make it look even better. Follow me.
Oh, you know, he's like, oh, okay.
So, just for now, I'll get out my plate mail plus plate mail plus 3, and we'll fit it onto him, and it'll just sort of do it, just so you can look.
The side of him turns blue with this you know what I mean? This magical stuff, and he's just like,
there you go.
Like, okay, I'm
obviously,
gonna
go play, but we are come back with this. This is obviously it's on loan.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Absolutely. Hey, once again, thank you for an outstanding experience, and you know,
And if you want any more
talks about, you know, Silver Dragons, we're coming back. We're making a comeback.
as far as I'm concerned, without you, this would not have been possible. So I appreciate your help, and I'll salute him.
You know, he's yeah.
And if you need any flexing with your friend, just let me know. I'll come out of you, anytime, anywhere. Let me know.
Okay. As he's, you know, kind of fanboying a little bit, like, yeah, right, sounds great. And he kind of steps out, and you hear a whoosh on the, and then various like, ooh, ah, like as he's just doing Thunderbirds and Blue Angelsing down the high garden. He's just like, whoosh, just talking to like other dragons, you know, like sitting down, like, hey, what's up? What are you doing today? With like his helmet on, and all this like ridiculous gaudy stuff. He's like, man, you know, just normal morning for me. Sunset Mountains, no big deal. Whoosh, kind of flies off. Krokgar and Kygon Rain. K squared.
Mm-hmm.
You guys just gonna take a nappy
I'm gonna
nap?
rack out. I need to get some nappy nap. I'm sleepy bear.
Okay, so you guys are on your pews. You know,
First, I'm gonna take my sword back, and then I'm gonna go to sleep.
The what?
So first, I'm gonna take my sword back, and then I'm gonna go to sleep.
Okay. I mean, with your insight, this is definitely a place that definitely you could trust. But that being said, you grab the sword back. You wait like another hour and a half for them to, you know, sharpen it, stone sharpen it. He brings back, this thing is like pristine. Bryce does not mess around. And Krokgar, you guys are on those little green pillows that you kneel before taking communion and stuff. You've got like a couple of those on the pew, and you can sleep on the floor or whatnot. But it's kind of echoey. But you guys are so smoked. You guys have like the best post-battle nap of your life. You know, it's just everybody else around you, your stress farts and stuff like that are just like coming out huge, and they're just big sleeps. Manu and Henry. This kind of transpires where they go in, they listen to these things. Henry, you're coming down, you know, for your morning routine. However you wish. Lord Grimm is kind of sitting there, and you see him off to the side, you know, with his balding, clean bald head, with his long, perfectly white robe with, you know, scales. A little bit of you. He's the opposite end of the spectrum of tier to you, right? Like, well, he is definitely one extreme, and I'm not gonna you know, U.S. politics things, but he's definitely one extreme of it that you don't like. But anyways, like, he's, you know, you being like Henry, maybe you do like it, I'm not sure, but he's kind of big corporate energy kind of guy, you know.
He's the kind of guy who's had his own television show, Deep Southern Tierist.
Deep Southern Tierist.
He's got the wire with the little like tan thing in front of him, you know, and he's setting up another jumbotron, and he's like, "This is for the mission, everybody. Thank you for your donations." And there's all sorts of, you know. Anyways,
Get it?
how's that?
The mace.
That's
so I'll spend this time trying to figure out. So I'll spend the time trying to figure out. Now that this new information, I'm going to assume I've caught whispers of it, at least something of that nature.
Okay. You're assuming what?
I'm assuming I got whispers of what went down with Connor. You know, as
we'll say you kind of, you know, as you normally do. I'll help you out with this to get you started.
Yeah.
Like, you are listening in humbly to what's kind of going on, and you overheard the discussion with Uldar Ravengard and Connor discussing, you know, the Vanguard approaching. You don't know what happened other than they just returned. So,
and they got the
yeah, Steve's there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, Steve's doing barrel rolls and stuff. I mean, I can Naruto it all day long if you want to talk to Steve, but he was there.
Yeah.
When I'm assuming just before I go to,
oh, sorry.
Obviously, I'm going to rest. I'll see Henry arrive, and I'll just throw him an amulet on a chain and say, "Put this to use," and I'll just go to sleep.
Oh.
Funny story, we were out shopping, we went by the Gap, and they had this really cool clothes.
Oh, and you got this, and he's like, "Oh, I was going to go to Claire's, but I totally don't have to now."
Yeah. I was going to wrap.
So just throwing you an amulet, you'll like it, promise.
Okay.
Dig it.
It's not identified, so you have to figure that one out.
Sure.
It is identified.
Steve identified everything, didn't he?
It is identified because it's in my inventory and tells me what it is.
Is that different from an inventory?
Yeah, mine's unlimited, yours isn't.
Is it next to the advertisement?
I'm calling this harassment.
Okay, let's stop. We need.
So,
do not piss off the central pillar of the party, please.
Takes more than that. It's fine.
Yeah, I'll give him the lowdown. We picked up some stuff, got him a cloak, does this cool teleportation thing. Go take a nap. I'll get the download from Steve.
Oh, you got
and
your
while you're
cloak?
Yeah.
I forgot what that. Okay. Yeah, you're sleeping on a cloak right now. Or you're hanging out with a cloak, and you can identify it and look at it while you're resting. Just let me know when you want to do that, Henry.
Yeah. So I'll go link up with Steve, get the lowdown from Steve,
Okay.
and while everything is going on, not so much the roleplay part, but what I'd want to be doing is getting the brief from the dude that we just talked to, the
Oldar Raven Guard.
yeah, that guy.
Okay.
Kind of get the idea of what are they planning to do, so I can back brief the party, and when they awake, we'll have our hasty MDMP figure out what we want to do.
There's in the high hall. There's this main, 4-columned main altar that's in the the back. Imagine almost like 70, 80 feet of pews by 200, 300 feet of pews, big open area to walk up, very pomp and circumstancy. And then there's these large white marbled, like 4 posts, 4 columns, that goes up like 20 feet, and it's got, also there's like the Creed Resolute is in there, like open in a book where you have to read the Creed Resolute, which has things to do with the companion. You see like this in the back end of this thing, the high hall, you see this huge, rose mirror to Torm, that has, I forgot what Torm was, that's helmed fist or something, it's very Tormish. It says Torm trademark on the back of it, but there's an altar and there's this gigantic swinging censures, right? Censures that are, like they're just sage and anti-demon shit going on, and behind these gigantic swinging stage things that are just
Doing
and you can
mythics.
walk back to one of the, how like there's the side chapels and basic reliquaries and stuff. They cleared one out for like a war room. They didn't want to do it in the Palace of Justice because all their Raven Guards got weird vibes with Thavius Krieg's cronies. You're getting that vibe since you've been there for about 16 hours that like Thavius Krieg doesn't have all their Raven Guard energy. All the Raven Guards like a dude that came up as a mercenary. He came up for Bloody Knuckles. Like Legend Arthur kind of energy. Like he was in London, like in boxing. And growing the flaming fist and stuff like that, but he's ominous desk, rolled up maps laying out, and you can see that there's a bit of a terrain model, as they're called, like the Well of Dragons. There's a coffee cup, and there's a Sunset Mountains, and there's various little flags that are sitting. There's one like says Elturel. It's a small flag that represents Elturel getting smoked, and there's little counters for how many dragons they've spotted and stuff like that, and there's a bit of a list off to the side of what they think the order of battles are, and there's a chalkboard up, and like this is how many undead we've had reported back, this is how many,
Maybe it like slants.
Yep, and you can go ahead and make your own checks on whatever you want for the party to know, but there's a lot of information sitting here, and all our Raven Guards sitting there with basically his staff. Foz is there, but Foz has transitioned just, for his party, he's transitioned to commander. So for the party itself, he's going to join the main battle and go in for what you guys have decided that there's going to be. The battle is going to be the distraction for however you guys time your strike at the summoning. There's also a counter that you see for when the summoning is kind of going to happen. Something else that you do notice, harpers, you're a harper. There's like one like bright candle, right? That's the lowest level. Like there's one low level one. The Zentarum are also not there as well. So there's like hardly any intelligence coming in from the Well of Dragons. There's like 2 or 3 harpers, and they're basically the scouts that go on the north end of the Well of Dragons. The good ones that were supposed to go on the south side, they're all deed. So like information is like basic satellite photo from 30, 40,000 feet. Big army on the north side, we don't know what's going on the backside. Anyways,
So I'll make sure I introduce myself to my Harper brothers or sisters or non-binary creatures of whatever.
in the maze.
Exactly. I'll do my best to grill them on what they know,
Okay.
and then is Aldar is there? I'm guessing pushing pucks or drinking coffee
He's
or
being like briefed. So his mercenary captains are almost like regular active duty types. Like he's got a few. He organizes his leadership really well. The mercenaries proper, yeah. Like he organizes the Flaming Fist like the the Hestadi Triarii and what's the third rank? Anyways, kind of like how the Roman legions do it, where it's like he puts his rookies up front, his middle guys in back, and then his studs. That's the Triarii in the back, and kind of Hestadi. Oof, this is gonna bug me. Hestadi Triarii. Anyways.
Vivundi?
Yeah.
Vivundi?
my Roman Legion lore day that was my 20s, but yeah.
Where's Laz when we need him?
Yeah.
He would probably give us a
He's
lesson.
big Greek. He would have made it weird. He'd be like, "No comprende, stratego."
Henry, you're in a weird loop right now of stirring food and
You're like a GIF.
Am I?
yeah.
You might have to reset your camera, Brasky.
Oh, I can see him absolutely fine.
Oh,
Me
you
too.
can?
Yeah, I could see him absolutely fine.
Oh, that was weird.
On Discord, but not Twitch. I think we're talking.
That's better. That's a lot better. Yeah.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. It was just funny.
Okay. So yeah, that's basically the Oldar Ravenguard situation. 1 second, Arjun, are you sleeping? You got taken off to a stateroom in the High Hall. There's like a palace off to the side. Oldar Ravenguard passes you off to Pharanginx, who walks you at the same time up there. So go ahead, Henry. But Arjun, I didn't put you to bed. Arjun's going to bed too.
Okay. So
yeah.
Go ahead.
I got you. I got Arjun.
All right. So the Harpers.
Yeah.
Obviously, I will assert my dominance, and by that I mean let them know that secret handshake. I'm the second rank or third rank, I think. I have it written down.
They know you.
Yeah.
I mean, their deal is intel. You know what I mean? Like, so they know who you are. They've been briefed, and they go back to their little safe house, and there's a picture of the Secretary of Defense and the President and stuff like that. And farther down, like, oh yeah, there's a shadow governor named Henry that's part of the. They let you know that you're the in to the Duchy of Skyreach, right?
Okay.
Which by the way, there's 2 members of the Duchy of Skyreach that are here. We gotta. I'll work that. But anyways,
no, cool.
You gotta get branded like Yellowstone. You can't.
Jeez.
You're part of the Duchy now, Kygon. All
You're
right.
in.
So,
Yeah. So I'll give them like the word of mouth straight from Steve and what just happened, and tell the Harpers like make sure this gets back. Leosin
is in the High Garden.
Okay.
Tallying and taking down like roster names, and they kind of bring you aside to like he's checking to see how many cultist spies are actually in Elturel, so he's kind of vetting the companies as they arrive. So
okay,
he's actually. Do you want me to go get him?
I'll go to him.
Okay.
But as for now, do me a favor, keep me abreast of everything coming in on the Harper side as well. I need help as we start getting ready to do what the Duchy of Skyreach does, which is regulate with extreme prejudice. You know, kind of be
You
cool.
see Aldar Ravengard kind of staring across the table to you guys as you guys are talking. Like,
And then I'll do the, oh, he's looking.
yeah. He's like, Henry, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
He's
I'll go over there.
At the battle, and he's like, he looks at the battlefield, and he's like, tonight the Vanguard arrives, Alagarthas and the Eldritch Knights. Probably reviews notes. 1 second.
You're flipping pages.
7 pages of Elturel notes, reviews notes. And his Brunor will be arriving as well. So Brunor and Alagarthas. So Alagarthas is the Vanguard. And he's like, that being said, he's like, did you get anything from the party? Do you have any inputs?
Verbal diarrhea, everything from
Alright.
Steve.
He's like, all right, when they wake up, I'm imagining you guys are going to want to come together. Is there any information that you need to know from me?
I'm not sure what I need to be asking you right now. So I know Alagarthas is coming with the Vanguard, and just try to get what is the strategic plan based off of everything that has happened that we don't know about in the last,
Wow.
since we got here.
He brings you back and he's like, here's the deal. It's like, Never Ember isn't a general. General Sabine is, who is his de facto general of the armies of the Lord's Alliance, who will probably commanding the armies of Waterdeep because of his influence. And he kind of steps back and he's like, that being said, I might need you guys' help. He's going to try to push some sort of plan, and I want to make sure that our plan is solid. He's like, I don't know how you guys are going to get into the Well of Dragons, but timing's important. And he points at the map and he's like, we have roughly exactly 20 days. 20 days from when your friends wake up for Cormier to arrive. It's like the messages have stopped coming from Cormier. We're going off from timing. It takes us a fortnight to move the whole army, and the whole army has to move together. He's like, imagine we're gonna have to come off the road and move and chop trees and everything in 3 large columns, what we'll call wings, to move to the Well of Dragons. We're gonna have to be surrounded by Protanthar, all of our spellcasters that we have in this just big bubble to get there, to make it unwelcoming for the Well of Dragons to arrive. If we wait any longer, the Well of Dragons is going to arrive to us, because obviously we are centrally located. The problem is, we roughly, if everything arrives here properly, we have about 30,000 soldiers here, roughly 10,000 from Cormier. Well of Dragons, per what we have, has about 30,000 undead, cultists, etc. They're up on the mountain itself, okay? So they have the high ground. Regardless of that, we're gonna have to take a fight. We don't expect. This is what he's saying. He's like, if we go there, they're not expecting that. Or maybe they are, maybe they're not. We're not sure. He's like, my recommendation is we leave immediately. As soon as the rear guard arrives, we refit 3 days, and we strike. We move out, we get them prepping to come to us. At that time, we give you a timeline when we arrive, we give you a timeline when it attacks. You guys figure out how you get in there, and he kind of points off to Leosin, who walks up, and he's like, at this point, with the Drakhorn, we've timed it. The Drakhorn has been, blasting at certain increments, and he describes Independence Day, how the clock is ticking down. It's a timer. The Leosin is now David Goldblum.
Yeah.
Right?
Jeff Goldblum.
Liam Neeson Goldblum, as he describes how this timer goes down. And he's just like, we think the summoning is happening at X day. He's like, if Tiamat gets out, it's over. It's over for everybody. He's like, she must be hit, you know, when she's vulnerable during the summoning, and that's all I know until we can talk to Lady Lariel or anything else, you know, someone that's magical. He's like, with the main body, there is a dragon named, in the notes, named, and I wrote it off in some weird place. I think his name is, I have his name. He's going through his notes. He's looking down. He's like, sorry, you meet so many people. I wrote it down here. His name is Elturel, I believe. It's an ancient brass dragon that you met once during your metallic dragon calling. When you guys gained their trust to join you.
Oh, that one. Yeah.
I wrote everything. Elturel. That was right. This is dungeon mastering, man. All right, so Elturel is an ancient brass dragon, one of the two metallic dragon ancients that we have left that are metallics. He's like, you know, Protanther and this brass dragon. He's a little eccentric. He travels in different planes. He's more kind of a caster of anything. He's like, he's a little bit of eccentric guy, but he knows, he's been to Avernus. He knows where Tiamat's from, so he's got a wealth of resources as he looks at you and just like, if you run across them, he'll look like a dude wearing very shiny brass armor with a with a sparkling cloak, and he's like, but he's traveling overhead of the main body. He should arrive in the next couple days. That's a lot of useful information to summoning Tiamat and Thayans and stuff. Other than that, you know, like I said, you got 20 days roughly on the counter, and I gave you a little bit of an order battle, and we got to time it. So basically, one of the other points of this, Cormier is arriving from the east. You guys got to time it, right? And basically what he's saying is that if we start marching, they won't launch an attack on Cormier to ambush them. Does that make sense? So like if we start moving towards them, they won't risk going in an opposite direction if 10,000 soldiers are coming from Cormier. So he's like, we got to move to apply the pressure. That makes sense?
Yes.
I came up
He
with
made mention.
I had to come up with all this stuff so that your timing to be like, had to put Connor in a box.
You got left, right, up, down, and all
Are
the
you
rest.
trying to stop? Are you trying to stop me doing another solo expedition?
Yeah.
I could get another level.
I got maps. I got more maps.
Okay, you made mention when Cormier gets here. If we don't do something in lockstep or whatever, you're afraid that we're gonna screw up. Are you expecting Cormier to go contrary or to advise?
Cormier and the Purple Dragon Knights, right? For this big city off to the east. They're fine. That's Sir Esteval. If you remember that guy, big old school paladin. He's gonna be on point, and he's coming up with his, you know, queen, whose name is
And
also
the Purple Dragon Knights.
Suzail. And not just them, the Purple Dragon Knights have they have a bunch of spellcasters, and those guys are called, you know, a very important name named the Spellguard. Wait, nope, that's Silvery Moon. They're called the War Wizards.
The War Wizards.
So they have War Wizards and Purple Dragon Knights and shit tons of Cormyrians that are arriving. Times, roughly, it's one of the larger parts of our army, like a quarter of it, if they can arrive on time. If they get there, they have a lot of spellcasters, which will probably hold off all the ancient and adult dragons that may pursue them. But if we don't move, they will get attacked. Once they realize that there's an army coming from the east, he's like, I'm telling you, they will cast out, as it's called. They'll cast out to at least nerf them and be able to come back. He's like, that's just my prediction. You know, we've been wargaming up here, doing our military decision-making process from the Flaming Fist, and he's got all these like courses of action, you know what I mean, and things like that off to the side. Nerds doing shit.
Lots of
He's got
acetate.
this big chaw red man in, you know, like he knows he's seen this before, and he's like Neverember is gonna come in here with his new thing called the Joint Operations Planning Process, and it's totally gonna mess everything up because MDMP is way better.
So I'm going to let out a deep sigh and say I'm going to the Humvee. I mean, to sleep. But no. Okay. I'm on board. I think I have your intent or what you need from me. You probably need from us what our plan of attack to get to the Well of Dragons is
Like,
going to look like.
he's like, I would like it if you don't mind. He's like, some of you guys, including you, Your Holiness, are. You get the idea. Just like, you know, like, you know, he's got this scar on him. Him coming to you, you know, celebrity to celebrity, you know, status. If we have this wired down tight, it should go smooth. If we give Neverember the opportunity to be a good idea fairy, we're going to be riding boats from Choanthar. You know what I mean? Like, as you know, you hear some other guy like he's got this. He's like, we're going to be riding boats from Choanthar, and he's going to turn battleships and stupid shit all the way to the Well of Dragons. You know, and they, you know, a couple other salty sergeant majors that are in there, you know, are like chuckling. None of the Flaming Fist in their white robes with their, like, it's like a red flaming fist, but it's like dirty. Like, they're proud of having, you know, cuts and blood stains and, you know, shit on their robes.
Looking legit.
Fur coats, I think. But anyways,
Turcoat.
turbuckins, yeah, something like that.
Jeez. Okay. So, have I basically gleaned everything that I need to from what what Liam Neeson and all these guys have got going on here, so that I am able to back brief the team as we come up with our plan.
Okay. Is there anything else? You know, is there anything else you want to know?
I would ask.
The same thing. Everything's pretty well laid out on the map. If anybody else wanted to get up and like walk up and, you know, take a look at whatever, so that's fine. You got it. You get the gist of it, right? Like, he's like, hey, when these guys wake up, we'd like to have a small conference off to the side, winkety wink wink, and then, you know, Unthar Frume is there. You know, Unthar Frume arrives and he's just like, what voice do I want to use right now? My Apple.
For Frume?
Yeah. So, anyways.
No. Yeah, normally you need Apple.
Connery now. Yeah. So Unthar Frume comes up and he's like, "I'll take anal bum covers for 500." He arrives and Unthar Frume, you know, is just like, "We'll come down to the, what are they called? The Twin Antlers? What's the name of that bar? He lets you know to go down to the
the Paladin Bar.
Yeah, go to a pair of black antlers.
Very.
I don't know why he turned into Sean Connery this one. I had a voice for him, but
It happens. You're juggling a lot of people.
He's Sean Connery.
But that's about all I can think about as far as like the tactical side of everything.
Yep.
But as far as our little black op, if you will, I would wanna hit up Epione. I'd want to hit up the Turtle and kind of figure out. All right, let's get it.
Playing to Lathander for another hour and a half.
By Lathander, you mean lavender.
By Lavanda. Yeah.
Yep.
I would say I'm about 103% positive that Lathander was picked because it was very similar to
Lavander.
yeah.
Lavandre.
We were in like Provence at that time, booping around when she created that character, so I was like, I get it. Yeah. So Faerun, out of the Lavander.
Got it. That works. No, I think I'm happy with where we're at. As far as my insight for the Harpers, is my intuition telling me that the Harpers are fallen like wholesale, or are they still somewhat of a strong intel gathering community?
Do me a favor, we'll do our first roll for the whole day. And roll insight.
1 second.
I know what I'm getting you for Christmas. I'm getting you a dice box, so you have to use it.
I have one.
Good dice box.
It's upstairs. 24.
Okay. Oh yeah. Harpers are probably the most valuable intel, and they're becoming more tight-holed as there's only about 6 valuable left. There's probably 2 or 3 out in the field still, 3 that are back, and Leosin is like, he's keeping his information tight until Romelia arrives.
All right, I'll pull Leosin aside. I'll be like,
But
hey, Leo,
he's good with you. Like, he'll tell you anything, but when Thavius Krieg's guys walk around, like, he, switches it up, and he's just like, and that's how I made the first car that water made, driven by water.
dig it. So, I'll get with Liam and be like, hey, dude, this is what's going on. Is there anything that we can help you with on our travels? Is there anything outside of anything that you don't want anyone else to know about that we can do for you?
He's like, I'm actually more curious if you can. He's like, if I can be involved in listening on what Connor brought back. He's like, honestly, no one has come back but John Hanna. And he's like, Lord Neverember's son, who is like in critical care right now. Like, he's in the Faerun version of the soap opera with like he's got the tubes in and like the black thing that like compresses. Beep. He's got amnesia. But yeah, so he's in the corner being very, they're just stuffing the last health potions and trying to. He's like, I think it would go a long way if you could figure out how to reattach that arm.
Okay.
He's like, I'm just a rogue. I can't. Not just. And he looks up. And he's like, not just a rogue. You know what I mean? I'm not a cleric.
Check.
You just embroidering up there, nerd.
Henry, remember, Manu has
Liam's a half elf. I forgot.
Manu has mending.
You mend an arm?
Huh? Yeah.
I thought mending was for equipment.
For his arm. Yeah. I don't think you read mending. Read distance spell. But
yeah, I have regeneration.
That's what we're looking for. Yeah.
And I do have it on cue.
A leaking wineskin, an arm is a leaking wineskin. It's leaking blood, right?
Role playing, yeah. And they look over, and Oldar pats you on the back, and he's like, your strength is very valuable, Manu.
Thank you. As I look at him with the bad eye.
Yeah, he's like, hey, that shit's creeping me out.
Do we have the arm?
Yeah, we brought it back.
So Argent, there you go. And Argent, as he's going to bed, because this has only been like 10 minutes of roleplay time, Krokgar and Kygon Rain are stress farting, and he's embroidering, and Argent's like, he's looking clean. You notice that, like, doesn't look like he's been in battle. He's got this wooden. Are you still wearing your mask?
Yes.
Okay, so he's got a wooden, like Cthulhu mask. It looks like it's got like a wooden squid kind of type.
Yeah, very clean,
Hand-painted-
very
hand-painted
clean
by
looking.
Christmas, now Argent can die.
That. I'm surprised he didn't die. But wait, Manu turns to Arjun and goes, "Wait, you didn't die?"
Oh, you have to role play with yourself like me?
Yeah.
And action.
It's like Manu is like turns and goes, "Arjun, you didn't die this time." It's like
That's true.
like Arjun turns and goes, "What of it?" And Manu goes, I think I have something for you."
Oh, you're about to bag a hold on yourself. This is why we don't let someone play two different characters.
It's just spicy. It's spicy. That's all it is.
Okay, I got you.
He's like, "Arjun, get over here, sit down, and give
This
me
is
your
getting spicy.
give me your arm. Give me your arm." And I reach into the bag of holding, and I pull out a giant needle, and I just jab it into Arjun's arm and give him a masquerade tattoo. Like, "Welcome to the team."
Okay, so masquerade tattoo, gone.
Gone.
But he's got it. Okay. Ooh,
Which-
I almost wanna give people inspirations for remembering the shit that I leave across the battlefield and like, oof.
Which, if you don't know what a masquerade tattoo does,
We're about to learn.
so a masquerade tattoo, it has two things. Fluid ink. As a bonus action, you can shape the tattoo into any color or pattern. Whatever it takes, it still looks like a tattoo. And it also has the function of as an action to disguise self once until the next dawn.
Alright.
So, Argent, being an emo, kind of gross,
Does he have
rich.
the hair? Does he have the hair?
Yeah, he's got the rich emo, like, yeah, totally, and he's got. So now,
thing right
yeah,
there.
he's got that, and he's got like. So now he's got like a half sleeve, and
I respect anybody that has that look. It's just not for me.
and Manu goes, "Congratulations, Argent. Welcome to the team."
Yeah. Oof. Okay.
So
Masquerade tattoo gone.
You hear Steve drive by the Rosemere. Weird.
Right.
Can I add
So where
this?
are we at with this stump arm?
He's. I don't think he's gonna make it. You hear, John F. House, the resident. Ooh, I'm echoing. Whoa. You guys hear that?
I do.
I do.
You do?
I do.
It's getting very ominous. We'll use this echo as you hear in the distance as they're working on, the patient that is Rainier Neverember. They're looking over their medieval charts, and there's this, low-level cleric flipping the chart, and he's like, he's got bonitis. As they look down, like, I wish I could have
Okay. So
my bonitis.
I'm going to use this as an opportunity to flex my clericness.
Okay.
Like, get out of the way. Give me the arm.
Oh, yeah. Arja goes, "Oh, you're looking for the arm? Yeah, we got the arm. I hand you the arm."
Take the arm. Do you want me to read regenerate?
Yes.
Okay. It's a cast, a 1 minute cast, BSM, and I need a prayer wheel and holy water.
Got that.
Should make it.
That's it?
That's what it needs. Casting time's a minute. You touch a creature and stimulate its natural healing ability. Target regains 4d8 plus 15 hit points for the duration of the spell. The target regains 1 hit point at the start of its turn, 10 points a minute. The target's severed body member, fingers, legs, arms, tail, so on, if any, are restored after 2 minutes. If you have the severed part and hold it to the stump, The spell instantaneously causes the limb to knit to the stump.
Oof, this is gonna be fun. Ready?
Ready.
Like go over. I mean, how do you want? Wait, wow, this is a cleric. How do you want to do this?
Yeah.
Sorry, Matt Mercer fans that'll never watch this, but like, anyways, you go over and you.
Yeah, I'll clear the guys out of the way. Obviously, am I the senior cleric?
There is the doctor that's sitting there, right? Like, yeah, he's like, hey, I'm Drew,
Yeah.
Drew the doctor, just with his charts, that are just like scribbled there, and he's like, excuse me.
Yeah. Step aside. I'll do my ritual.
Okay.
I'll grab the limp dead arm, lay it down next to him, and I do my best Miyagi.
Yeah.
And then start laying hands on this guy, and he should start regaining.
So you sit there and you place the arm closer, and you're honing to tear, and as you like kind of close your eyes, and go to tear, and as you're doing, once again like a selfless act as a cleric, you're given as you complete this and you see it like suture together. I don't doctor.
Does like that
I do
thing.
reverse engineering in the business. So anyways, like he it comes together. You're given a image of a abandoned castle with about 3 tall spires. As you do this, the castle, you go down and you walk into like the main keep. You go downstairs through one room that you can't really, it's kind of foggy, and you go through like there's some bright things that you can't focus on in certain cases, and then it goes away, but yet this place looked really abandoned. And as you walk down a long flight of stairs, a couple hallways, there's some bright things that are in there, but it appears like they're behind a secret door or whatever. And then you continue to travel for a long time in a very like rough stone, cavernous, bored out tunnel. And it just jets you through this long tunnel, and every once in a while you see openings and things like that, but the idea of it is pushing you through this tunnel. And as you come out of the tunnel, you see steam, heat, a central island, large island, but everything's kind of foggy inside this like huge, it almost looks like an arena of a caldera. And you see like a giant red claw coming out of the caldera, and you can't focus, but you see in the central area, it's structures, but it's not enough, but it focuses you centrally in on a central area that looks like a circle, a summoning circle, but like very in depth, with a massive, humongous, gargantuan claw coming out, razor sharp, claws, but you instantly, camera turns around, races you right back, and stares across this pit. So like there's a central, you imagine where you're sitting is a central island, and then a platform, like the caldera goes around
like an altar,
feet all the way around it. And then on the southern end of this area that you can walk around, the inner of the volcano is this huge pit that like breaks it into a horseshoe. On the other side of the horseshoe, there's like this rubble. It brings you closer to this rubble, and there's a hole. And then you go in, and that's that tunnel.
Is this? I will
And
mentally
out.
save that.
You're out. You saw that as you come back, and Renier wakes up and just like looks at you, dead in the eyes, pumps his breath a little bit, and let's take a 5-minute break. So the DM can use the restroom, everybody can refill, and then, people long resting that took you like 3 to 4 hours, mending and regenerating and stuff like that. We'll take a 5-6 minute break. I'll go check on my 16-year-old and what's going on with my 5-year-old outside, making sure it's not Lord of the Flies, and we'll be right back. 5-6 minutes. It's up to you, Manu.
I'll go to BRB and then we'll come back when everybody is ready.
Silly Deb.
Cool. See ya.
can't believe that satellite crashed like that. That was strange.
How does that happen?
It's because petrol prices went too high to power it. That's what it was.
That's how you get the stream bumping. All you have to do is talk about gas prices.
Hey, look, I'm trying every trick on the planet. Okay.
Oh, anyways, we're back. Okay, so Henry, you just had that vision. Rainier Neverember, blondish hair down to his shoulders. He's got, he's just in his, pantalones as he was getting worked on and stitched up from a pretty hefty fight, but you gave him pretty significant amount of healing. Now he's exhausted. You didn't do you didn't fix the exhaustion part, but he's looking up at you and he's just like, he looks at his arm and looks at you and like kind of gets it. And he's like, he kind of points at his shoulder and there's a bit of like a harper tattoo. There's a picture of a harp. And he's just like, oh, it's fortunate to have met you. And he, his head kind of falls back and hits the pillow, and he's kind of in and out,
So as I don't know if this is an insight check, but what I'd like to ask or ascertain, since his disappearance, is there? I'm not a telepath or anything like that, but is there any way to check and make sure he's not been cursed and or otherwise tainted in any kind of way?
Yeah, roll.
Or is he?
Roll a perception check. Man, we haven't role played in a while. We haven't like searched things in forever. I don't even know how to.
I got a 9.
Oh. Yeah, you're like, this dude needs a bath. Most importantly, as you're kind of hovering, he looks like he's just caked in, bruises and whatnot. But you healed him up pretty good. But he's in really bad shape, and all you can assess from that one is the guy probably needs a nap, but he's been through a lot.
Yeah, he definitely had his ass beat.
Yep.
He is.
Okay. If it matters, he's up to 43 hit points plus 10 the next minute. And yeah, if I'm not going to get anything else out of him, I will. I'll report back to Liam Neeson and and let him know, hey.
But Liam, so Liam's like, and he kind of like looks at him and he brings you aside and he's like, I mean, you kind of knew this, but Liam's letting you know. He's like, he's a Harper. He joined us about 10 years ago. His father doesn't know. His father wants him to be, take over the farm, Lord's Alliance, take over the Yellowstone Ranch.
It's a good
I'll
ranch.
go get him I'll go into the church to the gift center where they have the patchouli oils and stuff.
Yeah.
Get him one of those term shirts, I heart term or whatever.
White bear about this big with a red heart on it. It's like it just says "I heart tier."
Yeah. Get him one of those and a shirt to cover up his tattoo.
Okay. All right.
That way, when after they clean him up, after the sponge bath, make sure that that's covered and give instruction to the Shiesty medical staff there, the sub Chicago Hope people.
Drew.
Yeah, Drew, Dr. Drew.
No, it's not the Dr. Drew, but it kind of looks like him. But anyway, so Dr. Drew is like, okay, and he takes the teddy bear and he kind of sets it next to him, like, oh, we'll be here. Yeah,
are we going into rest? Are we going into rest-ish?
Yes, Argent should be being led to Thavius Krieg's, not like chamber, but there's like a mansion inside this place. If you've ever been to like the Tower of London or whatever, like there's houses that line the inside of the wall, and there's like a larger house inside this place. It's off the side of the keep in Thavius Krieg. Alistair Jinx, brings you in there. She seems normal. She doesn't seem like a sycophant. She seems like the liaison between, the church itself and Thavius Krieg influence over the city. So she's like, Thavius Krieg would like you to stay with him this evening.
Be more than happy. I've noticed some of your followers. Are the Order of the Companions? This is outside of.
It's like
out
I
of this.
don't. I'm not necessarily a follower.
No,
this
is a question outside of this. The followers that we saw earlier, are they paladins like that we saw, or are they just follow sycophants?
There are a few paladins, but not very many. They're more or less like fighters. The Order of the Companion doesn't have as many paladins as the Order of the Gauntlet. Is it the Order of the Companion? Is that what they're called?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna ask. I'm gonna ask. I'm like. So I've seen some of these people, of Order of the Companion. I'd like to meet some of them. I'm curious. I'm curious of this.
I would say here's the vibe for the Companion. When the Templars, if you remember the Kingdom of Heaven.
Yep.
The Templars are not the best Templars right now.
No, I know.
Right.
I know.
So
Argent knows what he's doing.
Hell Riders are more of the Hospitalars.
Yep. Right.
And these dudes, it's off. The Order of the Companion pulled things off track.
Argent knows what he's doing.
Okay.
I'm making sure that I'm using the right terms with what I'm
She's like, but I would just, if you would like me to set up an appointment with Lord Grimm, I'd be happy to. Thavius Krieg is most certainly going to see your interests in the Order of the Companion as well.
I'd love to meet him as well, but I would just love to speak with some of the followers.
Oh.
Male and female, bring them up.
Okay.
Maybe
she's
4 or 5.
She's like, of course. She's like, as an acolyte, she's like, I am a cleric of the Order of the Companion. So myself, and I'll bring. Would you like Sir Grimm himself? You guys are he would be very interested if he could dine with you.
Sure. Why not? Bring him along.
All right, Rad.
This is gonna get interesting.
So she shows you the mansion, and you go in, and you're met by a very well dressed, the equivalent of skinny jeans and barefoot in super nice. Anyway, super fancy dude. It's like the aide to Thavius Krieg doesn't have a name yet. You'll meet him maybe in another campaign.
Bryce.
But anyways, definitely not an imp. But so this dude's like, Thavius Krieg is in his study. Dinner can be served at your pleasure. Can be ready within 10 minutes, and he hands you a bell, and he's like, ring the bell when you want dinner within 10 minutes.
Fair enough. I will, give me 10 minutes, and I'll be ready.
Okay.
It looks like donuts. Where's the donuts for the rest of us?
I know, right? I have some Aussie bites. These things are fantastic.
I'll just drink my apple juice then.
I got a different apple juice container this time.
I made a Portuguese sausage and rice. Dan is not a fan.
Buddy.
That sounds nice.
So they bring you in. There's the classic dual staircase that goes up, around the center hall. They bring you up the right side, red carpet. and there's like a center chamber. It opens up and oh, wonderful, Argent, excellent. Oh, I've heard wonderful things. Obviously it's Thavius Krieg who walks up to you and double handshakes you, and he's like, "Ah, welcome. Such horrible times, right? Such horrible times here."
I look him in the eye, and as we grasp hands, and I cast Disguise Self over myself and kind of make myself look as though I'm part of the Order of the Companion to fit in. I go,
"Oh, that looks great on you. Excellent. Come, please have a seat."
absolutely, it's wonderful to meet you.
He scoots your seat in situation, then goes and stands and then sits down behind his desk, and he's like, so we have heard you were sent to the Sunset Mountains from Uldar. Very brave of you, very brave.
Who told you this?
Oh, there's so many companions here. Maybe it was Uldar, told one of the companions. I'm not sure. I'm in a very high seat, running Elturel, get all sorts of information.
I'm wondering what makes you think that I'm running with Uldar Ravengard.
Oh, I see. This might be coming off wrong. I'm not trying to pry into your personal life. Are
That
you
is
not from Baldur's Gate?
That's a 23 persuasion.
Persuasion? It's like, look. Your family in Baldur's Gate has been working with me for a long time. I know you. I know your parents. Gives you name of parents, and then he's like, Argent Park du Sud, correct? Ah, yes.
That is my name. What of my father? It's been a while since I've seen him.
Wow.
What can you tell me of him?
He's like, he's working his way up to be the Grand Duke now, aren't they?
It's good for him. Good for him. I hear you've got some interesting things going on here in Elturel as well.
1 second as I go back to this. Okay. And just in case you pulled some lore on me, I had to pull something out. Anyways, he's like, yeah, so your father's doing well, and what do they call the Council of 100 or 50?
Council of 100, yeah, something like that.
Yeah, so there's some small talk about that council, and he lists a few names, and he's like, yeah, your father, whatever you decide, John Park du Sud, has been working for the Van Thampoor family for quite some time. I think they're up and coming.
It's very interesting. I've sort of lost it.
That being said, and I apologize, I only assume you were trying to come up into the Flaming Fist.
I've only just come to meet them.
I mean, Uldar, he's great, isn't he?
He's a good
man. He takes like a fancy glass that, and he sips from it, and it's the complete opposite of Dipspit, Velcro, and Copenhagen. You know what I mean? Like
so I look at it as like, absolutely. Your organization seems to be a bit more my taste.
That being said, he's like, and we should talk after you sleep, of course. That being said, how would you like to bring Baldur's Gate and Elturel closer? But, of course, there's a war going on. Let's deal with that first.
The war is the most important thing, of course.
Oh, absolutely. And you have all of my companions. And you're welcome to join them if you like. And he points over and he's like, gotta read the old creed.
What is this creed you're talking about?
Oh, the Creed Resolute. As behind you, the doors open and the bald-headed Sir Grim walks in, and he's like, the mood kind of changes, and Thavius Krieg, steps back, and he's like, kind of looks at, he's like, Sir Grim, he can explain everything. And Sir Grim's like, the Creed Resolute binds you to Elturel for all times, and to justice, and cleaning up this city, and bringing order in this chaos town.
I'll
and
let
like
you know.
in the back of your mind, you're like, well,
I'm not.
You can roll as many insights as you want.
Yeah, I'm not that resolute. As I just,
Understandable.
I just,
You know what I mean?
I wave a hand, and at the other side of the room, a yellow sign just appears.
Davius Creed kind of looks over and he's like, I wouldn't do that here if you don't mind. And he kind of like puts his hand up to Sir Grim and he's like, magic is good, but we're not. Sir Grim, can you please 10 minutes dinner? You think?
10 minutes.
Looking at you. 10 minutes. Excellent. You know, and he's got the same bell. Ding, ding, ding. He's like, Sir Grim, please. And Sir Grim like walks out. And he's like, it's a bit serious. I'm not as, well, of course I'm very devout, but I get that. That's cool. That was cool, the yellow thing. Some kind of cult, huh?
I believe our interests may align.
Oh, you like trade?
Of sorts.
He's like, excellent. Well,
I hear you. I hear you have a way of dealing with those who don't follow your ways.
oh, I'm not. I don't understand. As he kind of like sits back and he, you know, like gonna have to roll on this one.
What is this gonna be? Persuasion. Like I'm trying to draw out of him about the torturing of oh, that's a nat 20.
The torturing of what?
The torturing of those who are not followers of the Order of the Companion, of those who are not devout, those who are not followers of Tyr.
Oh, he's like, well,
you see, sir, I'm a man of misery. While I may have come from well-to-do, I enjoy
like,
the plight.
Well, maybe we can waive this Creed Resolute. Well, that's for another time. You're welcome to be our. Would you like to be an ambassador to Elturel in Baldur's Gate?
In face only.
To be honest, there's a pretty tedious one that we have there right now. He's taking this, and I totally understand this is a holy city. I get that. But what I'm really concerned with is progress. We're not making enough income to sustain this city. Now, if we're gonna have an ambassador in Baldur's Gate, and it's a high cleric, I just think we're sending the wrong economic message. But think about it, and come back to old Thavius Krieg and
let's have dinner. Let's enjoy dinner.
all right. He's like, would you like any of your friends to come?
Invite them all.
All right, Henry, you get a message as well if you wanna show up to
Invite them all.
He's like, and as you guys are like walking downstairs, he's like, let's not talk business at the table. I don't think.
Absolutely. I don't like to mix business and pleasure.
All right.
Now,
Henry, you want to come to dinner with Thavius Krieg?
mind you, Argent now has blonde hair.
Okay, so you switched it again. Are you wearing your mask?
No. So the disguise self, I look like an Order of the Companion, and at least the way I picture an Order of the Companion is like long hair, long blonde hair, like very like fresh looking.
There's a table of Grim, Ballister Jinx, and there's a chair set for Henry. Henry, when you walk in, you instantly realize that Argent's wearing an Order of the Companion uniform, like with blonde hair, and Sir Grim, is sitting there, and he's very, he's cutting his steak and he's switching left hand, right hand to eat it properly, despite being a high level paladin.
Uh, as Henry walks in, Argent telepathically speaks to Henry and says, "Don't worry about this. This is all a show."
Yeah, and me and Creed, from our first meeting, we ain't cool, right? He was dismissive of me.
I would say you guys wouldn't mix well. He's on the don't want to use that name in Schmolstein level of yeah.
Southern termist, I get it.
But yeah, so as Henry walks in and sees me, I talk to him telepathically, and just let him know this is all a show. I guarantee you.
Okay, I'll play your game. I will be a silent partner in this shenanigan, and by silent I mean I'm not gonna get.
And honestly, Argent, you're at the level of exhaustion right now where I should have been having you roll disadvantage on those ones, but so you guys eat dinner. Let me get the rest of the party involved here. So you guys eat dinner, small talk. You guys pass that telepathic thing, and bottom line is the first wine that hits your lips, Argent, that's the one that kind of pushes you over the edge, that you realize that you're going to be rolling like triple negative double disadvantage.
Roger.
Your masquerade at one point, like you go from like blonde hair to like you know what I mean? You start growing like tentacles out of your hair, and Sir Grim's like, "Excuse me, what the?" And you kind of like fix it. You're like, "Yeah, I should probably excuse myself and go to sleep."
Pardon me. I appreciate the hospitality, but I believe I'm going to have to excuse myself.
Yeah.
For the night.
The Men in Black blood scene.
Yeah, Henry, do you want to do anything for the next 8 hours before you guys arrive? So like,
no,
Uthar Frume was like, yeah, in about X amount of hours, long rest away. Let's go meet at the Prancing Pony, the double antler.
The double twigs.
Two black antlers.
Two twin
black adders.
Wait.
Yeah. So I'm gonna take this time to long rest too.
Okay.
Because I just burned a 6 to grow old dude's arm back.
Okay. Yep. So you take a nap, and Thavius Krieg welcomes you into another. You're beginning to realize this. Well, another lavish room inside this place that's empty, and this does not. Everything that's on this side of the high hall is not. You're not getting a vibe of charity.
Okay.
Does that make sense? You're not getting on everything outside the high hall. Seems very charitable. But on this side of the gate, you guys are definitely picking up, overall, this is not normal. So, cockadoodle. But it's not cockadoodle time. It's about, 1800, it's 6 o'clock in Normie, where you guys have been sleeping. You guys slept fantastically on these wooden pews, by the way. You're in like a shambled mud hut thatched thing, Krotgar, so it wasn't muddy enough for you to sleep, so you're a little bit uncomfortable, but you got a solid 8 hours and you leveled up. Krotgar, Kagon Rain, you woke up after like Mogadishu level, event in your life. Everything's relative in the world. We get it that, some people, anyways, in his experience, it was the biggest gunfight that he's been in. So relatively, you woke up, like, you can see around corners in your mind. Like, definitely have a confidence of I'm ready for another battle. You know what I mean? Like you know, your Echo Knight stuff is starting to come in, and you really unlock some confidence things. And I'm sure our Gloomstalker has just become more miserable. He's like, I took a spell called F the DM. It's called.
Connor doesn't cast that many spells. Connor doesn't cast that many spells. It's fine.
Anyway, so the Eldritch Knight actually wants to turn down, but he knows you used to be a captain of you were the Prince's Guard, right? Before you went on a quick retirement. So
yep.
He hands you a letter, and he's just like, you should be hearing them soon. And you know those big giant French horns that fucking elves, you know, they're about to shoot those things off. He's like, Algarthas. He kind of like wakes you up, and he's like, Algarthas should be here within a few moments, arriving from the Skull Dark Road. 1 second. I think it's what's the main road from? Come on, who can say it first?
The high road?
To Baldur's Gate. No, that's the high road's the one that goes north to south. Skulldusk Road.
I was gonna say the north, the east-west expressway.
I don't even know what's north of I-5, but I fucking know what Skulldusk Road is.
That would be the 408, the east-west expressway.
Yeah.
Just hop on the 408. No, just take. Sun pass it all the way over.
I'll say thank you for getting me up.
Yeah, he's like, my name's Clive, in case you wanted to know. But anyway, so Clive goes, I'm just kidding, he doesn't do that. He does real cool, you know, cool elf things.
I'll roll out, get my gear on.
It's like 200 years ago. You know, you remember him. Yeah. He brought the pack and play. You guys needed that pack and play when you went to the party, and he had the pack and play. He's like, yeah. I'm Clive. And
nice.
he starts crocheting now.
He can take on my pattern. It's fine.
What is it with elves and crocheting?
He said it. It's canon.
I know.
The only elf we got.
He's making like doily type helmet liners.
Yeah.
Well, have you seen that crochet helmet that you can get that actually has like a visor on it? You can push it up.
Yes. Okay.
We're making that.
Lie. The other helmet that I almost got.
What's that?
Was for that one. Yeah.
Nice. I'd honestly wear that.
I wouldn't in the heat wave we're having at the moment.
No, I live in Florida, so it would be totally
I
impractical.
was almost on camera.
Yeah, it would be a waste of Hawaii as well.
Apple juice.
So, I'll say, Clive, where is everybody else?
They should be. They cleared out most of the High Hall to allow the warriors that just returned to sleep. Aldar Ravengard held a quick update with Henry earlier. It appeared, and he kind of touches his ear as if Henry was given some information. Henry walked off with the Harpers. That's all I know. And he taps his window, and he's like, and then I noticed your Baldur's Gate friend and Henry disappeared into Davius Krieg's mansion.
I'm just look. I've had a long night. That's.
You asked me.
Yes, that's the.
I'm 5.
That's the guy that thinks a lot of himself, but he just has shiny armor, right?
And he kind of looks at you, you know, with your passive insight, like he doesn't want to be disrespectful. Yeah, he's well kempt.
Yeah. All talk, no action. Right. Got ya.
Bit of a douche.
Yeah, let's just say he can look pretty. Let's just see how effective he is when the fight gets real.
And he's like, I don't expect to return. Off to my embroidering.
To be honest, I don't. To be honest, Clive, I don't even expect him to go.
He, he does the biggest elven guffaw ever. He goes, you're like, wow, I should do elven stand-up comedy. That dude is rolling right now.
Let's go and meet our countryman.
He's like, would you like me to come with you?
You are more than welcome.
Oh, okay. He ties up his armor again. He was getting ready to start embroidering.
Finish off that some other time. It's fine.
Yeah, he's like, all right, and he goes with you.
So I'll head off towards, just so we can greet. So obviously I feel I need to greet my knights as they arrive. So need proper.
And you can tell from where the High Hall sits and where the Skulldusk Road is, there's a prominent entrance into the lower dock districts, as they're called. And they're coming in, and Alagarthas does a good job of representing his father and his family and the Misty Forests and all the elves that are in the realm on the Sword Coast side. They've got the, and they enter, and there's various pretty flowers and stuff like that. There's these high floating lanterns that are above the elves in their golden armor as they enter very martially into Elturel, cutting very sharp turns into the High Garden where they feel more comfortable, and they start establishing themselves in the High Garden and off a white horse with long, golden hair. The helmet comes off and Elagathas, and just flowy, very nimbly lands off into the High Garden and hands off his horse to another.
I'll meet them at the High Garden. My gear's not cleaned. I am not going. I've just come back from.
Alagarthas is a bit in your range, but he's putting on that he's doing a good job for his dad. He's very, he's broken a bit between. He's got to do this right for the elves and for Melandrak, but yet he wants to be you, right? So deep down, he's was it Jamie from Yellowstone? That other guy. Anyway, so he jumps down and not Jamie. Don't be a Jamie. Who's the other one? Who's the son that was? Anyways, so he jumps down and
So as he arrives, I'll salute him in normal fashion, and sort of go. I'll down on one knee and say, "My prince."
Oh, never kneel for me, Connor. Looks like you got in a scrap.
Yeah. Well, let's just say there's two less dragons to
you
worry
under the
about.
arm and walks away from his staff.
So as we're walking off, I'll say, well, let's say there's two less dragons that are going to worry us on the way to the Well of Dragons. They got in the way.
Why don't you and I just do this by ourselves? As he kind of looks off up into this companion, and he's like, the companion.
I'll say to be fair, I wouldn't want you to put you in that situation. However much you would be an asset, you are the future of the Elven Kingdom. I am just a minion.
You'll always be my most closest friend. And he puts his hand on your shoulder, and he's like, you've always been good. So, what have we learned?
Well, let's just say we've managed to find a way into the Well of the Dragons that should be less fortified.
What do you know?
Well, we're still waiting to hear back from our contact, but we've managed to rescue him from the Well of the Dragons.
Roll a perception check.
Really? Okay.
Yep.
Perception.
Yeah, I want to hear a clickety clack. Sir Pete.
Can you hear him? Yeah. 28.
Okay. You just, the hair of the back of your neck, just realized that you probably want to get to that guy before someone else
Yeah.
talks to him.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I've just woken up.
Yep. Yeah.
I'll say, as soon as I find the information out, you'll be the first to hear my outlook.
Okay.
However, let's just say there's an army coming this way. I'll describe what's happened. I'll give you more details when we know it. Let's just say we are in the fight with this realm.
Understood. He's like, well, you represent us in the final council. I will not be there. He leans in. He's like, I recommend you guys come up with a plan before my father arrives.
That's a very, very fine idea.
If he's like, if there's one person that briefs this plan, that gets it through, it's Ravengar.
That's fair.
Okay.
He is much
taps you on the
more
back, like, yes. And he looks like straight through you, and he's like, Krieg's here. As you can see, like Krieg and his entourage, like walking up to greet Elgar's ass.
Well,
And
I'll say
he does the same thing, and he's like, yes. So this is the companion. Ah.
And as he does that, I'll say, I know you won't enjoy it, but make best of it.
He's like, brother.
And I'll just literally like fade away, so I'm not there.
He passes you. Before you leave, he's like, I know you want this. And he reaches under it, and he's like, it's a 1322. It's an elven. He gives you like some elven wine.
That'll be one for toasting our victory.
And he's like, well, in that case, here's a 1420 for tonight.
You spoil me.
Anyway, so he's like,
I take them off, and I then go and find the rest of our party because we need to talk to. I'll assemble them because we need to talk to the Sun ASAP as a whole. Otherwise, we'll just be playing monkey says, monkey do.
Good. All right. Manu, you just been like hanging out.
I've been back and forth between the high hall and the high garden, and the just.
Here's what I'm gonna say for speed of this, unless and I don't want to take your agency.
Nope.
Argent is gonna need to roll to even wake up because he's, in my opinion, a Sidiot, right?
Yep.
So like he's either gonna sleep for like 20 hours, or his perception somehow wakes him up to even get out of bed.
That would be a 12 perception.
Yeah, he sleeps. Manu's got this. So he's gonna sleep until the morning. Henry wakes up dutifully. This is just for the speed of the conversation.
Sure.
Let's go to Krotkar and Kygon Rain, since you guys have been silent this whole time. You guys wake up in a very awkward environment, and this will help your role play out as well, since you guys are kind of new to the situation. You guys wake up, and you almost like you have this. You wake up, you have no idea where you're at. You have one of those moments where you just kind of like you both have to pinch each other just to see if you're not dreaming, and because you are inside like the Vatican. Like it's something you've never seen before. Like it is an immaculate cathedral, echoes and stuff like that. It is kind of quiet because they're trying to keep you, give you good rest. Pews 10 to 20 feet on either side of you have been cleared so you guys can sleep. You hear from these giant censers on the left and right side that are swinging back and forth. You hear various like whispering prayers and shuffling. You guys can both roll a perception check if you want to. I can give you the rest of the room. Whoever got it.
Oh. 19.
Okay, so Krokgar, you wake up and you're really anxious about where you're at, and you do notice that there's a bed off to one of the. So there's like 20 chapels. You know, there's several mini chapels and reliquaries and things like that off to your left and right, and then there's like two main chapels that break off into like a Y behind the center of the where Fabius Krieg would give a sermon if he ever decided to give a sermon, right? So you notice one of them is lit, and there's an individual, being attended to by acolytes, and you get the idea that that's where that guy that you brought down from the mountain was, that Argent made a big deal about, being like, hey, this is like one of the, this is like Macron's son here. This is a big deal, from up north. It's like a president's kid. Uh, Through your mind kind of races that you're in an apocalyptic moment of your life, and despite being where you're at, it makes sense. Like you're not against being where this at is. You're at the center of gravity of in the right place to go fight this great evil that's going to arrive. Now, you're not necessarily sure who Tiamat is. You're not even necessarily sure what Tiamat is, but you've heard it in a random discussion between, you've heard it in your 19 perceptions. You don't even know. You guys being the backwoods dudes in the cut know that a lot of dragons have been overhead, and you heard something about Tiamat, but you're not exactly sure what that is. But you do know that Hurricane Tiamat is the problem with all of this, and it's now coming together. And you have like, it must be, as you guys are kind of talking to each other, it must be this Tiamat cat that's the problem. Could be a lich, could be a giant snake, could be you know what I mean, like whatever. You do know that you did get some cash, and I put some cash in Kygon Rain's bag, based on what you picked off the Death Knight and the Dragon. So you do know this is the first time you've been to the big city in a really long time. I would say Krokgar has never been here before. Kygon Rain has like been in the outskirts. You're familiar with what Elturel's like, but you've never been to the center of the town. So you know that this is a good place to go find equipment, and there's probably anything you need. And you do know that you do have friends here that you can talk to guide you. Like, Connor is somewhere in the building. Argent's around somewhere as well. Who else were you with? And that Never Ember guy with the missing arm.
I'm gonna go stomp my boots off on the nicest carpet I can find and scratch my back against a wall.
Okay. Nobody seems to, because of like who you guys are, like, imagine, I don't know how to use the word remp, but like imagine, there's a collection of heroes, and you guys are the first ones to like do a mission in this main event. So you guys have a lot of standoff. Now, there are a few like ages and stuff like that are around sweeping and stuff, and someone quickly comes over, and when you step away from it, cleans it up, and they're like, "Thank you, sir," and like walk off.
I'm gonna see if I can find something to eat. Hungry.
Okay. If you say that, one of the pages is like, "Yes, no problem. Would you like us to bring it to you, or would you like to go to one of the local taverns? What do you need?"
Out into local lands. I kind of want to go out into the economy and find some food.
All right.
Kind of get an idea of my surroundings. I'm gonna go around and see how many servants I can sneak up on and scare. This will be a test. Charisma -2.
Just don't ask for every single. Just don't ask for every single one of their names. The DM will cry.
I can tell you their names, Steve or Dave.
I'm Bob.
Fred, Frank, Fran, Philip.
Oh, guess that's it.
Yeah, but the mom was better than Anthony.
I went hard in the paint, like finding, 3 merchants. I only got I think I pulled only like 1 tavern. So they let you know, they're like, well, I mean, if you're looking for a tavern that's kind of happening right now, and the pair of Black Antlers is directly across the Torms bridges, and one of the pages like, I can escort you if you'd like. Very clean, robed dude with he's got an order to the companion, symbol that kind of dangles, and he's got a like torchbearer situation going, and he could take you guys both to the pair of Black Antlers.
I don't want to go there.
Okay. Where do you want to go?
I'm gonna go around in the street and kind of hunt for rats. I don't really want to go for food that's already cooked for me.
Oh, okay. With your perception check, you know that you can go to the High Garden and not have to hunt for rats. There's like rabbits and raccoons and all sorts of it's not a city. So the High Garden in front of you, there's like shit tons of druids and stuff like that have shown up for this main fight, and what you do realize when you get out, they've like jungled certain spots. So there's like game walking around that they've just like manifested, and you can just start blasting.
I'm going there.
Okay. Yeah, you see a spot that's kind of like weird, and you see like an elk kind of just like drinking from like a brook, just, you know what I mean? Like big fat neck just chilling there.
I'm gonna shoot him.
Okay. As the all right, roll to hit, good sir.
That's 20.
I like teaching role play. This is my fave.
What?
So 14 plus 8, 22. 22.
22 to hit.
22 to hit, yeah.
Easy peasy. Just, and all of a sudden, like, you hear just this like elk like looks over and and he's just like, my God, and just like it takes a knee and like comes out, and this just big burly guy just sits there, and he's the you know what I mean, just like sitting there, and he's holding it, and he's like, and looks at you, and he just like, he points in your direction, he's like, and starts like trucking over.
Does Manu see this?
Manu, roll a perception check.
Nope. Nat 1.
He doesn't see anything. That I ain't doing shit for him.
Manu's just in the water.
Alright, I'm gonna use Nature's Veil.
You're gonna use what?
Nature's Veil.
Okay. Read it, cast it.
Magically become invisible, including all equipment that I'm wearing.
Okay. Like, he's just like looking around, and then all of a sudden you see him just, and I'm assuming, what is it, 1d6 plus something?
What did you use?
4.
Die 8 plus 4? Alright, roll damage. Let me see if this is cure woundsable.
9.
Nice shot. He seals up most of it, as he's kind of like looking around, and he's just like, oh, no animals! Are animals around here? He just like screams into and he kind of mutters to himself about, being at Elturel and this is bullshit, and just jumps to the other side of the river. And he's like, "You think an elk is just gonna cruise around the garden? God damn it!" And just like walks to the other side. Doesn't even make sense. Bloody idiot. And he kind of cruises around.
Alright, I'll go look for rabbits instead.
Okay. Yeah. You see a rabbit, you get one, and it's a rabbit. You kind of check, and you know what I mean. It's just like you're like,
Double check.
sorry. It's a rabbit. Yeah, you do an actual perception check on this one. You get the rabbit, and you see that a lot of people are setting up campfires in the area, so there's no issue with you like cooking it and stuff.
Okay. I'll just kind of walk around and listen to the conversations people are having, but I don't want to talk to anybody.
There's loads of conversations. So where you're at, there are dudes in dark maroon robes, a lot of horses setting up. There's probably about 40 of them wearing dark red robes. Their shields have like a sunlight and like a horse on it.
Okay, I'm gonna go talk to the horses.
Okay.
I just want to kind of find out where they've been, what they're doing, seeing how they're feeling about their riders and all that.
Okay. You just straight up animal speak, I'm assuming?
Yeah. Oh, I gotta speak with animals, sorry.
Yeah, just before things get carried away, just let me know what the 5e process is so it can register, just in case it's something that I haven't seen. Anyways, so this horse, as you guys are doing parcel tongue with it, it kind of like looks over at you, and they're like lined up on a perfect wooden, like you can tell that these have just been cut and established there. Like the high garden used to be no shit high garden, but like some of the trees have been cut to create a bit of a patrol base or whatever, so for lack of better terms. And in this case it's like a cavalry patrol base, and the brigadiers that are there have lined up about 10 horses. You walk up to a paint and it's sitting there, looking very painty, and you say,
Where did you guys come from? The horse.
Yeah, it looks at you and big black nostrils, puff out, and and its horse ways say that it lives its stables. It's been pushed out of its stables for other knights that have arrived, and it looks over this large stable that's next to it. It's just like, we don't get the attention that we used to get. The companions are taking all of our stables.
Okay.
But he's from here. But he's been pushed from his stables that were next door to here.
Okay. I want to ask him what they've heard about the Tiamat character.
Tiamat and the chromatic dragons have been eating a lot of our brethren in the hills.
Is that confirmation that Tiamat's a dragon then?
Tiamat is some evil lord of the dragons, some queen. We're not sure.
I think I'll just hang out with the horses for a bit. That's where I'm just gonna
follow Squire and go to that tavern, get something to eat.
Okay, you walk up and you hear, lutes and this weird sound from the distance that you haven't heard in a while. You hear like bing dang, a bing ding dang, bing dang, bing ding dang, bing dang, a bing ding dang.
I hate that band.
It's a little bit, and you walk in and
I hate that band.
A very bohemian band, and they got like tambourines and like tambourine hands and like lacy tambourine stuff, and there's a very like beautiful woman with jet black hair, and She's, dancing to the bing dang, a bing dang, and there's a guy with a long, the bing dang machine that he's just plucking away. And they're obviously out tonight. You look up on the wall, and it's just like the Barovian 3, it's called, are there, and you walk in. It's a very large bar. There's just pauldrons and capes and different, if you imagine a rugby tournament, at the end of a rugby tournament or something, just all sorts of different colors. I don't know, soccer, football, whatever you call it, but all sorts of different colors of knights and whatnot across this bar. They're all sporting their different colors. You see one that's like a flaming sword, one that's a flaming fist. A gauntlet with an eye is what is most prevalent here. As you get closer to the bar, you see various people like drinking, and as you walk in, thinking of a barbarian, you don't notice this, but you kind of see this is a bar full of paladins. Okay, like, and they, some of them are very like Prince Charming-y. They throw their hair back and they're like, excuse me, like politely, and but they just don't necessarily let you through, but they're pretty strong dudes, right? Like, you've got barbarian energy, but like you're trying to get through, and this is different kinds of strength as you get into this place, and they'll let you through, but you have to kind of brush through their shoulders a little bit.
Okay, I'm gonna push my way up to the front and just ask the barkeep for like half a hog.
Who?
Like half a hog.
Oh. And he looks back and he's like, of course, sir. And he's like, would you like a table? He's like, I can try to find you one. Or would you like to sit outside?
I'll sit outside.
Excellent. And, he points off to the right, and one of the bar dudes, like a waiter-ish comes up, and he walks you out front. The cacophonous music, going off inside there, and there's like a couple tables outside where you can sit, and it's kind of quiet. There's only like a couple dudes, a guy, one with the gauntlet thing, and then there's a woman out there with shortish black hair. She's got one of those red crimson robes that you kind of saw out front of the Citadel proper, and she's sitting there with like a long, scrimshaw-y Gandalf pipe, just kind of like piping away at it, staring up at the companion.
I'm gonna sit kind of off to as far outside of the area as I can, where I can kind of see what's going on, but not be like in the center.
Okay. Wait one sec. As you kind of sit down, an older gentleman with that same like gauntlet with the eyeball. He's got long, like silvery hair. He's an elf. Approaches from the other side of the street is the High Garden. He approaches, and he's like, "Do you mind if I sit with you? I don't really partake in all of that." And he, all the screaming and yelling and, pompous things. But you can tell he's kind of a paladin himself.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. He sits down, and the guy that sat you down, he's just like, Elven wine, if you don't mind, or I'll take a yellow jacket. And walks in, and he brings back Elven Coors, sits it down, and he's just like, so, coming to the Paladin Bar tonight. That's interesting. Someone must have recommended this place from the High Hall, I presume.
I'll just tell him, yeah, I wasn't coming here for conversation. I was coming here for food.
I apologize. My name's Darren. And he shakes your hand. He's like, I've been in the... Well, He reaches out. You don't have to shake his hand.
I'll shake his hand. Tell him I'm kind.
Roll a perception check. So this is me helping you out. Like you meet somebody, perception, insight. You know what I mean? Like you'll just kind of do one of those things.
21.
Yeah, you get the fact that if he's an Order of the Gauntlet guy, you don't know of that, but you get of the amount of paladins and you've seen, you get that this dude's seen a few campaigns, and some of the dudes in there aren't legit, haven't cut their teeth. This guy seems like the type of guy that his surcoat's like older, you know, he's probably one of the saltier dudes, and you're familiar with paladins, and this dude's probably, he's up there in the ranks, but he's just kind of quiet. There's only 2 tables there, so if you didn't want to talk to him, you don't have to. He just wants to take a seat here, and he's probably hoping to run into, you know, the rest of your party, but you don't know that.
Okay. I'll ask him if he knows anything about this Tiamat fellow that I keep hearing about.
Tiamat. Oh, too much I've heard about Tiamat. Dragons have been plaguing this place for the past 2 years. It's like my town was nearly destroyed if it wasn't for the Duchy of Skyreach, of all, that arrived. An ancient red dragon that was summoned by Tiamat. Tiamat being the queen of dragons. Tiamat resides in the 9 hells, and apparently Thayans, dark red wizards who delve in necromancy and other unholy rituals. And he looks up at the 2 paladins that are near him, are planning to summon this great deity of dragons to our world. An apocalyptic event is upon us. I keep using that term. I'm better at this. But anyways, an apocalyptic event is upon us. And that's why I'm here. I figure for as many people that have died, maybe I don't deserve retirement. It was getting lonely. But I'll swing my sword one last time. And he kind of looks at it, and it's a sword, and it's got like, you know, wings on the side of it, you know, on its hilt. And he's like, I figure I owe this for a friend that is lost, my good friend Sealdar. Many friends that have been lost in a dear town of mine called Fandolin. Fandolin? Or as this guy Connor calls it.
Flanderin.
What did Connor, what do you keep calling this?
Flanderin. Flanderin.
Flandering. It's not my fault I got a decent accent. Leave me alone.
Just pull up here and I'll turn the camera. Guess who's out of her lavender conference with Lathander? You can stay there if you want, or you can come up on your phone. Okay, here we go. And that's just, you know, a celestial warlock. When they arrive, they're very cacophonous when they first
What time? What is this? So is this all happening while? When is this happening?
Arjun's asleep. Manu, yeah, you can be there. You
What?
would have gone to the antlers.
That's kind of what I was wondering. Is like, is this happening like at the same time that Argent's kind of meeting up with everybody up in the high hall, going to bed, and this is
Yeah,
like that same night?
This is 8 hours later. This is 8 hours later. So you took a nap, you did a turtle nap. You're fully rested, and, you know, I'll just take your agency, and you wanted to go to the Prancing Pony or the Twin Antlers yourself to get schmammered and throw some axes or whatever. Plus, Ontar Frume invited you. You know, he saw you out there like laser darting with your eye, you know, and he had a conversation with you about like, dude, it's kind of messed up that you're dealing with fiends, but thank you for your service. And he's like, you know, please, in there you are. You're walking up and you see Daylan, who you know, and he's talking to
Darren.
Barbarian.
Darren.
Sorry. My bad.
Delan is
I got
hanging
you,
out.
Dave. Land
Is
in around.
he's hanging out with Ash?
Yeah. He's training Ash. Yes.
Thank you.
Kiss my Ash.
No,
Yes.
like it's two different people.
Understandable. Worst DM ever.
No,
Apologies.
It's like I don't want other people to be confused.
Yeah. Not to be confused with Dayland.
So yeah, I just walk up. I walk past Darren. I just kind of give him a high five, twirl my.
Aaron stands up, slaps, does a Roman handshake with you, does the, thing, and just like, oh. He's like, and he's just like, Kygon, dear friend. He's like, I would like to introduce you with one of the heroes of the realm. This is the greatest barbarian in the world. And, he gives you a wink as the normal custom.
I go.
And he's like, it's wonderful that I don't have to decide if you're blinking.
That's a good one, Darren.
He's like, this is Manu, the proprietor of the Great Shellbucks. Are you starting one here, sir?
If the populace seems to want a Cthulhu's revenge, then I think I might consider opening a new stand here.
He points off to the right, and he's like, your fame precedes you, and you see someone stood up like a fair, like where they put up like a board, building, and they're starting to paint a white shell on the side of something, and they're like, I'm sure in the morning they'd be rather pleased to talk to you. They're like setting one up, is what I'm saying. Like somebody's trying to be the first shellbucks in this area.
Future home of shellbucks. You should
He
have a.
reaches
I
around.
look to Kygon. I go. You should really try Cthulhu's Revenge. I go, Darren. Would you like to meet me inside?
He's like, actually, have you properly been introduced to this man?
No.
He's like,
Who is this man?
This man went out on your scouting event with Connor.
With Connor.
He returned with Connor.
So you've met Connor.
There's a lot going on here, Pete. DM says to Pete as the sky cracks open above Connor's head and an eyeball appears. Take it easy.
So I just kind of reach. I kind of lean back and I arms crossed. I go. So you've met Connor, eh?
I have met Connor. Yes, he's quite a fighter.
That he is.
Darren says, he's like, Unthar's inside. I'm not for it inside, if you don't mind. He's like, last time I ran into them dipshit companions. He points off and he taps on a Order of the Gauntlet guy that's right there. And he's like, he points at you like, what you want to drink? And he's like, get a keg of
the strongest ale you have.
I don't know what that is these days. Can you go find that? And the guy, like, touches his, like, open visored helm and walks off. You can tell that he was kind of tasked to Darren since the last event. Unthar kind of fixed that, and he walks off and goes inside the bar. And, whenever at some point. Anyways, so a seat gets brought out. Someone pushes a large, like, crate out there for you to kind of like sit on.
I think the guy and toss him a silver piece.
Kind of like looks at you and he's just like, he makes like a gesture to Torm and then Helm and stuff and kind of like walks off. But like there's like, you get the like in the holy city people like are taking like anybody that
a
has
wide
any
berth
sort of perception takes a huge wide berth around this. But I'll say roll a perception check.
Ooh, it is raining like hell right now. Perception though, that is a 27.
For Manu?
Yeah, I've got +8.
Oh, okay. It was your intelligence that went down.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Anyways, you hear distinctly a bing dang, a bing ding dang, a bing dang, a bing dang from inside this place.
I look at everybody's like, I don't care what anybody does here tonight. Stay away from that band.
Okay, good. All right, just check. You do see with your perception check, one of their carts. One of their wooden cart things, like off to the side, and it's got various there's a shady merchant out there just hauling money off from people, and your eye kind of looks off to the side and see like a guy, like just a little kid pickpocketing the shit out of people from Elturel and taking it back to this
son of a bitch. I thought I was away from this place.
Everybody is going to Elturel that wants to live, right? Like this place is the last bastion to the east, which I'm finally understanding.
I look over to this newfound friend and I look at Darren and I go, I hear the Barovians are here, or whatever the hell they're called. The Barovians are here. Keep close watch of your things, and don't follow them. Whatever you do, don't follow them.
He's like, he looks at you and goes, I haven't missed them.
Good one, Darren. You haven't lost it, sir.
Epione, did you want to dial in face, or you just want to, they can't, wait, do you want to do a voice check if I turn this?
Can you guys hear me?
Perfect.
Yep.
Okay.
Hi, guys.
Epione's here. Oh, you can see her on the, hey, that works perfect. Huzzah.
Yay, Epione.
No, we can't see her. We can't see her.
Yeah.
On
You
Zoom.
can see her on Twitch, my good sir.
That means I'd be watching the stream whilst in it, and that's a little bit daft.
Well, you're a daft person, aren't you?
Join our capitalist imperialist organization, Connor.
I don't even have tools.
No.
She's there. Anyway, so she's there on Twitch. Like and follow and subscribe. Anyways, yeah. Anywho, what was I gonna say? Yep. So you're there. Connor, you know that it's about time. Henry, you know it's about time to gather at the thing. But what I will say is, Epione, there is a chapel to Lathander. Though Lathander is not the greatest deity in this, Elturel. It's big Torm energy right now. So you kind of know as a Celestial and as an Acolyte from Waterdeep that Elturel used to be a very eclectic lawful good place for all the lawful good deities to go and, celebrate their deityness. But Torm is kind of, the dude is, got big Torm banners and everywhere here, but there is still you missed it. We are kind of switching it to Lavander while you were gone to be more lavenderish, but anyways. So you're at the chaplain to Lavander right now, and you wake up, and the various acolytes that are there, they know you, and they're like, they get you, like a wooden plate of various, starter meal for the day, and there's like a letter from Anthar Frume, who's that paladin from way back in the day, and was just like, hey, 7:30 tonight, meet at the Pair of Black Antlers, which was a bar from Elturel long ago that you've been in several times. If you wanna come hang out. Oh, assemble the inner circle to discuss things is what he says. He's like, please come by. So, I know. Anyways, you be waking up you can either. What I'm saying is you can pray. Yeah, you can do a quick prayer. No problem, Gary. Liam, you staying?
No, I'm
Liam's-
part.
All right.
No, I'm part. Yeah.
Anyway, I got a message. But go ahead. What do you want to do? You want to stay there or? Lathander. You're gonna pray to Lathander. Your patron?
Lavander.
Yeah, Lavander. Okay, cool. Yes. For all intents and purposes,
Lavandere.
Lavander. I love it. Huge fan. So you're praying to Lavander. You know, you do your various things to your patron and whatnot. You've been praying for a really long time since you've been there. We'll say that you were talking about your patron Nirvana. You want to talk to Nirvana? Okay, so you clutch your warlock, celestial warlock of the Pact amulet, and you want to speak to Nirvana. Got it. All right. So it's a bit of a scry. If anybody's done this before, you're sitting there, and we'll say that there's in this chapel that's about just 100 feet long by 50 feet, a bit of a bread box that's off the High Garden on the opposite side of where you guys are at the bar. On the side of so there's like one side has like the Shield Hall and things like that. There's more churches on one side and some establishments on the other side. She's in there, and you find various reliquaries everywhere. You see lavender, very purpley, tall with petals everywhere, and you find a spot where there's a bit of an offshoot reliquary where you see various divas kind of flying around, and you're like, hey, you know what? This is a good spot to talk to Nirvana. And you take you sit kind of crisscross applesauce, and it's very quiet in there. There are no followers to Lavander in this area. There's like one or two acolytes. It's not as prominent as it used to be. Lavander used to be huge in this area, but Torm and Helm and more paladin-y things. Lathander. You're talking to Nirvana in a chapel of Lathander. Sorry. Yeah. Nirvana is a servant of Lathander. Anyways. So, you kind of close your eyes, and once again, you like warp out. You're above the city. You look down over a bright, sunlight orb over the city of Lathander, or Elturel. You see the demarcation of the barren wasteland of where the Well of Dragons and the cultists have burnt up the rest of the world. You keep going like higher and higher, and then you fall into the ground, and you drift through the Divine Gate. You're blasting through like space and things, and then you start feeling the ash and the heat of the Avernus again. And there's this barren wasteland.
I didn't know you were doing that.
Inside this
Why would you dump the water out?
Landscape for endless. And there
I just thought about it. Like, I didn't know you were gonna do that. Like, spaghetti with meatballs sounds fucking perfect.
Angel, humongous wings, just folded inside this cave. As he looks up, and he's like, "Again, you come to me. How can I help you, Epione?"
I'm seeking your guidance.
Can you guys hear?
Yep.
Okay.
Seeking your guidance. Is there anything else that you can do to help my team?
He's like, it's like she's
Required.
I can give you power through knowledge. He's like, it is pure. You've strengthened yourself with that scale mail. He's like, it won't be long until I am of no use to you. But but your powers cannot increase through your family until I'm released, unfortunately. Your lineage is being blocked by this cage. But I can offer you this. He closes his eyes, and he takes you, you fly straight up out of the Avernus. The ash like bursts around you, and you fly, through the Divine Gate. Stars and things like that are racing by, and you rip through like a different realm, and you show up once again what appears to be like a lush, forested, oceaned planet. You drift in closer. You see this river stretching across where you saw where the Sword Coast is coming from. As you glance, you know that the Sword Coast and Baldur's Gate. You follow the river to your right as it's moving closer and closer to this mountainscape and this giant volcano. He drifts straight into the volcano and hovers above it. You see these 5 great spires from this center island inside of this massive magma pit of a volcano. You see this ritual center area. You see 5 great spires. 1 black, 1 white, green, red, blue, with a center spire. And around this magma is about 100 to 200 feet, a circle around it, and then there's, a 200 to 300 foot walkway around it, and you can see various, devils and things like that walking around as he's drifting you, and then you see these red wizards. You see lines and lines and lines of shackled, like slaves or offerings being dropped into the magma, being pushed by these bearded devils and into the magma. And you see, just like ceremoniously, and he's just like, he looks at you, he's like, 20 days, and then you pull back into your form to where you're at inside the chapel, and the amulet kind of drifts away. Basically, the 20 days means like you have 20 days. Yep.
Does anybody else know exactly where you guys discussed about where this volcano is?
I'm sure you don't have your dice tray yet, but you can borrow mine. Hey, Reach. Huh? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Diva.
I'll speak up and
underneath the
kind
table.
of.
Right underneath the table. Yeah, your stuff's. Oh, she doesn't want to use my dice.
That's fair, to be honest. That's fair.
Yeah, your dice tend to.
My
Yeah.
dice is about to be loaded.
I was gonna say your dice tend to throw short.
Yeah.
Oh.
They do.
Trying to look her up.
He bitches about it all the time.
Let's roll. What was the question you asked?
I'm quite happy to use D&D Beyond for my dice.
The caldera? Yeah. You guys have all been receiving dreams and nightmares of a volcano of the Well of Dragons. They're totally tracking. Yeah, so you don't have to roll if you know that much, but...
Well, I mean, do I know where this location actually is?
The Well of Dragons? Yes. Yeah, you guys have figured it out, but you did get a better glimpse of what it looks like.
Did I see anything, a safe spot to possibly fight Tiamat from?
One thing that you did learn is that inside the caldera, there is no safe spot if that is the spot that she's coming from. There is no, real advantage other than what was described as these 60-foot spires and then maybe a 100-foot spire, that stands above it. And various, Thayan or red wizards beginning this long process of summoning a god. You know, you can summon a pit fiend with some hard work, but this is some legit stuff right here.
Did I sense any magic spells or anything within the sacred?
Yeah, you can roll for that. Oh, whose dice are cursed? Should have used the old Warduke die. Have you guys seen this thing? It is gorgeous.
You actually bought him a dice as well?
So, Connor, I was expecting you not to use force damage. That's what really nerfed me.
I'll use my arcane. Well,
12. And you want to know if you, yeah. So you know that from hearing that Zariel wants all of these offerings of souls, that you know that the Thayans are shoveling all of these. You saw hundreds of people, systematically being shoveled into this volcano. Like there are kids and things like that. Like this did not look chill. And you know that the summoning it's beginning, and it's taking a lot to get Tiamat to come back. You know that there's a ritual that's happening. You also saw, you got a 12? You saw a ancient black dragon completely shackled by the neck, willingly sitting off to one side, that appeared to be preparing to be delivered as a sacrifice. I'll give you that. 12.
what do I know about it?
They take a lot of time. It's not a spell. Yep, they take time. It can be interrupted.
Did I see anybody in his vision? Did I see anybody that looked like they were holding concentration?
I'll give you one
Was it that did
more roll.
look?
I'll give you one last roll for this day. You know what I mean? Like,
It's a 9.
but you do know what you want to ask for now. So you know the next time you roll this, that's a good question to ask. You're like, you know what? Maybe I'll go ask my brother. You know, if he wants to, if we want to hold hands and do a prayer.
Is there anybody in the chapel? Right? Or where I'm at? What is this thing that where am I?
Yourself with like one acolyte.
This building looks like if they've been getting these type of visions also.
Towards it. Connor, you're walking towards it.
Okay.
Henry, you're walking towards the Argent's sleeping. Manu's there. Manu, you're sitting there and you see Apione walking across the high garden to this place.
I stand up and what the hell is that?
Or apple juice.
Oh, I forgot about that.
We'll go a little bit longer since we've got an Apione tonight.
So
How you doing, Connor? You're muted. You doing good? Henry, how you doing? We got some of the pillars of the party together, so we'll keep this going for just a little bit longer to kind of establish a way forward. Sound good?
Well, okay. I'll see if I can get I'll sort of get Epione's attention and sort of say we brought friends back from the well, came back with Argent. They seem rather capable. We need to prepare them for what's to come. I'm not sure if they're quite aware of what is happening and what the actual. I didn't have much time to talk to them. Let's just say there was a little bit going on. I'll brief you guys later.
I just had a awakening vision of what's to come and what we're about to face. So.
Is it all roses and happiness?
Oh, if only it was. We have a heavy battle ahead of us.
Well, we always expected it to be fun. Hopefully these new friends of ours will enjoy themselves for the next few days.
So as I see you guys walk up, I walk out away from Kygon, and it's like, Epione, Connor! And I just stomp my foot and throw a big old thunder twerk out there just to make a big old loud sound like, welcome! It's good to see you again.
Always the showboat. Always the showboat.
It's only been like 5 minutes.
Bow! Thunder twerk.
Let's just say, whilst this reunion is touching, let's see if we can get the new people together. We need to have a conversation.
Okay.
So,
oh, this guy back here? Oh, I just met your new friend, Connor. It's good to see you.
Yeah.
Again.
Likewise, I didn't expect to be.
Henry, Rainier comes with you.
Okay.
So let's see if we can collect everybody. I know this is a day for relaxation prior to the epic battle that is to follow. However, we need to make some preparations. I'm sorry to be back on point and to be all about.
Connor, you're such a drag.
I know. However, let's just get this sorted and then we can have a night off. We've only just got back.
I need one drink. Epione's go to the bar.
All right.
Epione,
this bar is fantastic.
I'll say, Epione, come with me. I've got something to enjoy. No, I've got. As she's about to go in, I say, come with me, follow me. I have a drink that you will most definitely enjoy.
You know what? I got a keg of dwarven ale coming.
So you guys want to move inside the bar?
Yeah, we need to find a private
you guys want to
function
keep
room.
Staying outside.
We can go outside. Just need a private function room. And if there isn't, there will be.
So Darren's there, and he's like, it's pretty loud in there. He's like, I could either move, I can go grab an Unthar. I think
Epione, are you able to produce, or is anybody able to do a little hut or anything like that?
A little hut.
Can anybody build
a little magic
hut or anything?
I'm wearing a hut. Does that count?
No, a little. No. I mean a little area that.
Manu, roll perception.
21.
I want to be a PC so bad. Darren's tower.
Oh yeah, I've got Darren's tower.
Well, let's put that outside and we'll go in there.
Hold on. Before I do this, hey Henry, I remembered I have something in this bag for you, but I need you to grab it.
Okay.
It's a.
I'm
I don't know what it's called other than that it's a cleric grenade. A holy hand grenade.
Of Antioch, perhaps?
Antioch, yeah.
Of Antioch.
I'm down.
I'm not even looking at that. But
if you don't say 1, 2, 5, it doesn't work.
But I need you to reach in and grab it.
Why? Is that because you can't touch it?
Maybe.
Yeah, I'll die.
Maybe.
Yes.
Stares at
I
you
will-
and Bennett.
I will,
So
I will take the grenade.
So and then I take out the silver cube and I just go bloop and out pops Darren's tower, and
Okay.
inside you see piles and piles of money.
Okay,
So,
we go and make sure.
Meeting, other than NPCs, Liam Neeson, Leosin, Leosin's gonna be there. Aligarthas, the son of Melandrak.
Okay, we're not letting. This is just
The party.
Stronghold at the moment, plus our 3 new guests.
Okay, so Darren's tower pops up outside. Got it. And you guys are all there.
So I know the barbarian was there. Are the other 2 guys around, or guy and gal?
It would be just Krotgar if he wants to come.
Okay.
You'd have to go find him, and you could be like, you could have walked by him. He was hanging out next, talking to a horse on the way out.
Okay, I will get Krotgar's sort of notice and say, we need you. Let's go.
Okay.
Cool. Let's go. We'll get to the tower. We'll get in the tower. We're away from everybody now, and I'll be.
I'm Mr. Horse.
Yeah.
I'll be.
Dave's like, my name was Dave.
I'll introduce the 2 new people to the rest of the party.
Okay.
And
so Darren's tower. Let me describe it. Piles of gold in platinum.
no,
Everywhere.
it's not. It's a mini dragon horde inside. That's what it looks like.
And there just happens to be a red dragon horn laying inside too.
You guys just shovel, gold everywhere to like have a seat. It is just because it's only 10 feet, right?
No.
Yeah,
It's actually pretty.
it's a lot bigger than that.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, fine.
But it's kind of like, think Scrooge McDuck style of gold that's
there is
inside.
also some weird bedded area that Santa Morja was doing weird stuff in, but there is a velour bed, a Zap Brannigan bed that kind of spins in there as well.
It
If you remember.
spins.
There's a spinning heart bed in there.
Oh, that's funny.
So I'll introduce these 2 guys. I'll introduce each of the party members so you know who they are. Obviously you've met me. I'm Connor. I appreciate your assistance in the Weather Dragons. There's no way I'd have done it without you guys.
Okay.
Have we actually exchanged names yet? I think we just.
Not yet. We kind of slept. We kind of went in. There was combat and we slept. I think that's literally how. My name is Connor. I am. Let's just say I solve problems for the King of the Elves. However, I've been a member of Stormreach now for feels like a very long time, but it's probably only a few months now in actual time. These
Stormreach from Frandolin?
Frandolin, from Frandolin, yeah.
Stormreach?
Stronghold. However, these guys, this is Manu.
Oh, I forgot. The DM's not even in this room. You blocked me out. I don't even.
Yeah,
have
I know, I've blocked you out completely. God. This is Manu. I'll introduce Manu. He is.
I twist my mustache and give him a wink, like, welcome.
This is Henry.
There you go.
Henry's kind of like glowing, as in celestial power.
Nemaced.
And this is Epione.
I can't see her.
Yeah, no.
He's in Twitch.
I know. I don't have one of those.
It's just a show. You just turn it on your phone.
I don't even know how to Twitch.
There she is.
See, there you go. Hi, Epione. See, I've got a Twitch. Look, I've got a Twitch. Look.
Yeah, I know, it's like half a face.
So, thank you for your assistance. No doubt you are probably wondering why why all this is around and what's happening. Have you been told about Tiamat?
Briefly, I know it's like a queen of dragons or something, and it's causing a whole bunch of trouble.
Let's just say, let's just say for the past several months you may have spotted the dragons flying around causing lots of mayhem. We have been thrust into this with no will of our own, really. However, we seem to be the only people that is capable of us assisting and stopping this from happening. We've had a few members of our party, for no fault of their own, are unable to attend. Other things have taken their attention. However, it's your choice. We'll never force this upon you, because Stronghold, we value choice above all others. How much do you value your lives? There's not much, to be fair. I don't think any of us are coming back from this. This is a one-way show. Well, however, without us doing this, the whole of the realms will fall.
At this point, my home is being overrun by dragons, so I'm going to do whatever I have to get my home back. So if that means I have to kill a dragon queen, then let's do it.
That is a perfect answer. So what's yours, sorry?
Said I'll help, but I'm about self-preservation. I can find somewhere else to live.
The only form of self-preservation in this world is to stop Tiamat from arriving. If she arrives, this whole world is going to be ash.
Yeah, what he said.
I know. What you saw in the Well of the Dragons, that War Duke, he was a tip of the iceberg. He was a worthy foe, to say the least. However, we vanquished him. We beat him. We just must do the same. Must do the same for Tiamat. The dragons that you saw when we were fighting War Duke, to be fair, were a pale imitation of what's going to be coming. They were young, they were inexperienced. Don't expect the large dragons to be anywhere near that level of incompetence. However, we are in a situation where, as you can see, I'll gesture to the gold and the jewels and all this is for nothing if we do not survive this combat. The next, how many days did we say? Was it 20 days?
20 days.
10?
20 days.
Well, you don't know it. You don't know that.
Oh yeah. So I'll say, Epione, you said something about you knew some timelines?
Yes. We need to be in the Well of Dragons within 20 days.
So basically,
that's when this ritual will begin to bring back Tiamat. We need to be there before then.
well, so we have 20 days left of this realm, unless we act.
Ish. Yeah. 20 point something.
Yeah, that's it gives us an objective, and that's a good thing. Sorry for I will be blunt. I'm very forthright on these sort of things. I know that you are extremely strong, and the stuff that you managed to soak quite a few blows against the dragons and the War Duke. What, if obviously, just can you tell me about yourself in any more detail so we can help you out in some way? We have items. There's items that have been stowed in our backpacks that may be useful for you guys, may not be, but how at least they are there. And to be fair, at this point, I will not want to take you into this conflict without some degree of protection and offensive ability.
I'd like my dagger of venom back.
Well, have 2.
You have 2 daggers of venom.
So, question on you from that. Obviously, I'll assess Krogar or Krogar. Because obviously I'm a ranger as well. You're a ranger, so I'll say. What? I have something that may be useful. I'm not sure if it'll be useful to anyone else. However, it may be more useful to you than anyone. I will get a shield out and give you a shield. Because you can use thrown weapons with shields. Just to let you know.
Of course. I have a longbow.
With a longbow, obviously, it depends on what you're doing. If you're doing, because you've got your, looking at your character sheet, out of character, you've got your thrown weapon style. So are you more thrown weapons or bow? Would you say you use more?
Thrown weapons.
Okay, well, with you can use a shield and throw.
Sweet.
So, as everyone else has a shield, I will give you a shield. The shield is a spell guard shield.
Dun dun dun.
I'll add it to you.
Okay.
My dragon friend is currently using 3 of the items that let's say when we vanquished Warduke. However,
Steve's like, he's on a top tier tower.
Steve can join. He's part of Stronghold now.
Hey, the DM's here. And he comes down the ladder and he's like, guys.
Hey, Steve!
What's up? And he's like dapping everybody.
And I'll go, Steve, by the way, do you want to join Stronghold? Steve.
Yeah, if you want me to.
Order of the Silver Dragon. Order of the Silver Dragon will live through you, my friend.
And he just lets it out. He just starts like ugly crying, like right there. Snot bubble with, silver driving psychic damage comes out.
So.
Sorry, Gary, if we're a more fun DM right now.
Yeah, you are, honestly, but luckily the other one's having technical difficulties, so I'm kind of milking for everything I can.
Technical difficulties? Of what?
Yeah, she can't get her mic to work.
No!
Is she?
Find a Dave then. Alright, so Steve's like, okay. And,
how is your flyby gone, Steve?
Huh?
How did your flyby go?
Oh, I didn't get as many followers as I thought I would, so I need to slow down the social media part and just embrace, being a good dragon. That's what he says. I think that's what it's about. It's about having good friends more than it is about, all the pomp and circumstance.
That is always the case. Otherwise, you may turn into somebody that looks like a companion, and we definitely wouldn't want that.
Oh, let me tell you. And he reaches into his pocket and he's like, I've been waiting for this day for a really long time. He's like, I don't know if you guys know this, but you guys fought alongside my mother. He reaches into his pocket and he passes out. How many we got here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 rings. And he's like, I might not be an adult dragon, but these silver rings can at least find me and we can communicate to each other with these rings.
I'll say again, Order of the Silver Dragon will thrive in the New World.
It means a lot to me. Not gonna lie. And he takes off the dread helm and he's like, hello, and then all of a sudden this huge snout pops out. You know what I mean? It was just this like normal.
No, it wasn't. It formed to his snout. Come on.
Nope. Dude, not in this cartoon. Someday this will be canon. And he hands you the helmet, and he's just like, this will look really good on you. And he goes to like take the belt off, and he shrinks down to a young dragon, size, and he was adult dragon size when he wore that one, and he's just like, if I go eat like 4 deer based on World of Warcraft rules, I'm gonna be an adult dragon. So, did I say deers? My dad was a game warden.
There's an elk in a field nearby.
Huh?
There's an elk in a field nearby. I shot it.
Elks? I've lost my plural of.
No attacking the druids.
Don't attack the druids. They tend to it.
Told him that there were druid like everywhere outside.
They tend to fight back. And they're not fair.
You shot Dalen Winterhound in the neck, just so you know. But we'll get to that, on a later date.
So, question: medium armor. I'll talk to Krygon. I know you're a barbarian, and I know you value your natural abilities to stay alive. However, I'd be remiss if I didn't offer you this to keep you more alive. Let's just say I noticed that you took quite a few blows against the dragons and the War Duke, which, to be honest, is the reason why I'm here. Without you, I would not. We would not have beat War Duke. Here, see if this fits you, and I'll give him the +3 half plate.
I got.
Basically, as a barbarian, out of character, as a barbarian, you can wear you can wear light and medium armor. The only ability that it affects is your unarmed bonus, which means you'll lose your +5 con to armor, which would mean you'd lose a bit of AC. However, the armor class, because you've got +3 dexterity, you'll go from 18 armor class to 20 armor class wearing half plate +3.
What?
My movement speed, right?
Nope.
Nope. Doesn't
It's not
affect
plate.
anything.
It's not full plate.
Awesome. Thank you.
Look, Tim, I'm being nice to the new players. Leave me alone.
So, I'm just gonna have a Timism. No matter how you put this on, blue chain on your left side, blue chain, arm and leg is how it forms on you.
Okay.
Oh well. Just spray paint it after, it'll be fine. Don't worry. What we've actually got
his like War Duke's chain. If you've ever looked him up, where it's like chainmail on the on the left, and it looks like chain. It's tight though, and it's got a silver pauldron, like right here.
the advantage we have got though, if black's more your color, we have got black paint.
That is very true. A ton of it. It never ends.
How do you have black paint?
Always, I have black paint.
Connor, how do you have black paint? Wait, Connor.
I do not have black paint, but I have a friend that has black paint.
Inspiration of the party. That was a deep pull. That was a big pull. I'm gonna one inspiration of the party. That was a solid pull right there. And you went all the way back. That paint goes way back. Huzzah!
Greenest.
That was awesome. Good job, Dungeons and Dragons. Thank you for playing Dungeons and Dragons, everybody. That's a moment right there.
Can I roll sleight of hand to drop my hill giant belt and pick up the fire giant belt?
Okay, bro. Wow. Okay. So as you do this, roll it like you have sleight of hand. Like you legit have sleight of hand.
Nope, that's an 8.
I'm not even gonna roll. My passive perception just goes.
So you achieve this. Okay, so like whatever you were doing, what did you want to do? You wanted to.
I was gonna drop my hill giant belt of strength, and basically swap it with the fire belt of strength.
Okay. So you do this as your first act of sleight of hand with the Eye of Vecna, because your character does have sleight of hand.
Oh shit.
That is your last bonus of that I didn't just pull that. I've got it written right here of things that he has. He has control water, and he gets to achieve his first sleight of hand.
Hell yeah.
As your character
That's
has
awesome.
the proficiency of sleight of hand.
No shit, everybody.
I'll send you a screenshot of where I wrote that down when I rolled for what Vector.
We believe you, mate. It's fine. We totally trust you.
I don't like cheating DMs.
Exactly. That's why we
paladin DM.
That's why we totally trust you. That's why we totally trust you.
Exactly. But you have sleight of hand, Manu.
Sweet. Is that like as proficiency? Is that as expertise? What is that like? What do you mean?
Sleight of hand is? But yeah.
Well, I mean, like
you have proficiency.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. That's all I was asking.
Yeah, so you can add your proficiency in a sleight of hand move.
Yep.
So 9 would be. But we move 14.
As Manu does that, because obviously there's no way he gets that past me in any shape or form. Even if I had my eyes shut, I would probably.
I will say this: Manu is like surprised that he's holding, that he's got it in his hand right now. But the much stronger barbarian does have clutched in his hand
if he looks at me, I'll just wink at him.
Nice. I go. Click. I wink and I toss the other belt to Kygon.
Are you winking with the right eye?
I'm winking with my good eye because that's what I always wink with.
Hey, your good eye or your neutral evil eye?
My chaotic neutral eye.
Okay, got it. So you don't have a good eye. Just FYI. Luckily, you're a barbarian, but you couldn't start Bezos. Bezos is a great guy. He's employing a lot of people.
So I look at Kygon and I go, you might want to put this on, and I toss him a hill giant strength belt.
As you do that, I'll say, to be fair, he's probably as strong as that anyway.
That's fair. Is he? I don't know.
So how does that work?
Steve's like, am I that strong?
I don't know. I honestly don't know. Give me a second. What is Steve? Is he a young dragon?
He's a young.
I'll look out for you.
An adult though.
How does that work? Like, if a player character's natural strength is already, do you just get a bonus or something?
Nope.
It doesn't give you anything.
It doesn't give you anything. No.
A young silver dragon has higher strength than that naturally.
Yeah.
Fiona, what's your gear look like? Could you use strength? Do you want a hill giant belt? No, she doesn't want one.
The other thing that we can potentially do, depending on Mr. Ranger's ability to want to use throwing weapons.
Argent doesn't have to.
Argent's not coming into this combat.
Probably not. That's fair. He's not.
Just being honest, is we do have for the obviously when you're throwing your throwing weapons, they will run out at some point. There's obviously then you have your bow and stuff. Is we do have, if anybody wants it, a flame tongue longsword. It is just basically a magic longsword that does 2d6 fire damage, which unfortunately will probably be completely and utterly pointless against Tiamat because it does fire damage.
If I wasn't a lawful good paladin DM, I would have gave him a better sword, but his character has a flaming sword. So.
Do we have... Okay, in our wonderful bag of holding and our wonderful amount of gold we've got here, do we have any other items that these two people could do with?
Hold on, let me pull this up. I have.
What's that, sorry?
We have. Hold on. Let me play the shopkeeper here. We have an amazing array of fabulous things here. We have, if you care for tattoos, we have a tattoo parlor over here where you could receive an absorbing tattoo of cold resistance or a barrier tattoo. We have
which level barrier tattoo is it?
This is gives you an armor class of 18.
So it's plate mail.
That'd help me by one.
It might give you more than that. We'll see. Yeah.
We have a lovely pair of bracers of defense. I have a potion of fire breath, a potion of fire resistance. That's about all we have, actually. And we have a fuck ton of money.
Is there a shop that we could? Because do you know that classic scene when you go into a shop and you bring in people that don't look like they're the level of class needed for that shop, and they go, no, we're not serving them, and we turn up and just put our platinum card down. That classic. That's what we all go.
By platinum, well, what you see.
Steve's like, there's 3 decent shops here.
Kaigon, you just got armor, so no.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, unfortunately they don't stack.
Got you.
Yeah, if you didn't take the armor, I was going to give you the bracers of defense.
What's the bracers give you? What's the bracers actually do?
+2 to AC.
You can take a tattoo, can't you?
That still put me the same place as the armor.
To be honest, you could always give him the bracers, and we'll give the armor to somebody else. That's not a problem.
Does the plate mail? You can run. Does it affect you like plate mail?
No, it's half
just
plate.
Half plate.
What's the AC on the plate mail? Because I mean, I could wear it, right?
Yeah, half plate is 18 plus maximum of 2 decks, so you could get 20 armor class.
Okay, so that helps. So I'll take the bracers, and he can take the armor.
Yep, that works.
Yeah. Yeah, but you got
Epione?
Scale mail, right?
But Epione's got that wonderful F-3T stuff.
He's got plus, no.
No.
Nobody took the Afridi.
No, Lantaurus. Lantaurus has the Afridi chain.
Lantaurus took the Afridi chain.
Yeah.
It doesn't stack, but it would bring your AC to 20. No, it's how armor class works. It's kind of a DM level confusing. So like what's plate 18?
Yeah, but no dex bonus.
Oh, you wouldn't get a dex bonus?
No, half plate. Sorry, half plate is because it's half plate plus 3. It gives you 18 plus maximum of 2 dex.
Anyways, they're confusing about armor and stuff, and they're passing out stuff. And one of them's a tattoo. It has a.
It gives 18 armor class, and you can use a shield and still gain the benefit.
Because what you got to remember,
mail plus 2.
It's about the same, to be honest.
Or you just wear what you're wearing.
However, what we... Yeah, go on.
Does half plate affect stealth?
Yeah, but to be honest, you're a barbarian. Stealth doesn't matter.
I'm talking about for him, yeah, because stealth is kind of his thing.
It will affect stealth, but the interesting thing about it is the barrier tattoo won't, because it's a tattoo.
Yep. So you can't wear armor with the barrier tattoo. You can't wear armor. You get an armor class of 18, and you can still use a shield and get the benefit of the shield and the stealth and protection. Yeah.
So that would put him at 20 anyways, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, then yeah, the barrier tattoo sounds good.
Yeah. So you'd be you'd be naturally a 20 AC, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
But we could also, if Epione, because Epione can use heavy.
Piece.
Yeah, because also Epione can have the half plate +3.
Can she? In Warlock?
Warlocks can use. I'm pretty sure they can use half plate, can they?
Light.
Give me a second. Let me see.
Half
I'm
plate
not sure.
medium armor.
What level is
Ah.
that barrier? Heal
No. Can't remember. Barrier.
Medium arm. No, they can only wear light. Warlocks.
Sorry. I'm used to playing a hex blade. Hex blades are allowed to have medium.
DM's in the room. Steve's over there just like jacking with you guys. It's just like, no. Actually, no. You can ask Steve to leave if you want him to, but he's over there just sharpshooting right now. Just like, nope.
The other thing we'll work out is from your ranger. Obviously, we're going into the final combat at the moment. Even Connor's probably not going to be hiding much because it's going to be like literally face-to-face battle, which is going to be screwing him up totally. Thanks, DM.
It doesn't matter. The DC in this thing's redonkulous anyways. It's more of a, gonna be more of a flavor thing. How many War Dukes you killed, you know, like, more or less.
Because what we can do is we can go shopping. What is there in the shops that we can get? Is there a magic? Is there like a just even like a +1, +2 longbow? Is there anything like that that we can get for our friendly person here? Is there any?
I have.
Weapons?
So I have also in my bag of amazing a +1 battle axe. I also have 3 +1 daggers. That.
Who has? You guys lost all your javelins of lightning, haven't you? With the previous party members, haven't you?
Yeah, those all left with Petey.
Yeah, because I'm just thinking, is there
MFer,
any way we can get?
MFer.
Is there any way that we can get our barbarian here a magic two-handed weapon?
Preferably a great sword.
Or a great axe, same thing. Or great sword or mal, to be honest, are the 2d6 ones.
Yeah.
If that's what you're aiming for. I saw what you were doing there.
Strapped in my belt.
I'm gonna have a hard time giving away these things, so I'm gonna say no.
Manu.
You just got Steve just looks over at you and he's like, you just are holding a belt of fire giants.
So.
And I'll go, Manu. What you got to remember is if we don't survive this fight, it doesn't matter what stuff
right
we
now.
got.
If I was a paladin of the party member, I'd have flip the table just now and be like,
No, I'll go, Manu.
Meanwhile,
fight,
Manu's just got weapons. Like, they're all just magic weapons all behind him.
Weapons rack.
I'm just like, what?
Manu.
What?
Oh, Gustav.
Manu, whatever we've got here, if we do not get through this combat, there's no point having any items.
I just grab Gustav's bane and I go,
I knew it.
Don't lose this, or I will kill you myself. Kygon.
Oh
and I'll go, I'll give a I am impressed look to Manu.
I'm gonna watch him with every eye that I have.
I'm not gonna lie, he's earning his eye right now.
And not gonna lie, I haven't used Gustav's Bane in a very long time, so it's
shoot, the stats on Gustav's Bane are a pain in the butt. So we have to redesign it and send it to him?
Not really. I can give it to him. It's +1, and it has, while you're using it, you get lightning resistance. That's it.
Okay.
It's just a +1 great axe, and you get lightning resistance when you're using it.
That's gonna be important.
Any resistance is good against.
Lanathon is a bit of a dude.
Did you get that? Did you get that, Gary?
I wake up every morning and I make soup, and I sleep in a bed all by myself. It's fantastic.
And you scored? What's it?
is going away from my inventory.
Oof. So who's
I'm
got the
gonna
half
accept-
plate then? Who took the half plate +3?
No one's taken it at the moment because I'm not sure what's happening with that and the barrier. I have no idea what's happening. I'm
Okay,
confused.
We need to figure out this armor situation. Because barrier tattoo does not affect dex.
It does. No. It doesn't affect dex, but it doesn't give you your plus full dex to your AC.
Does it count as a strength against her? Can anybody wear it? Can a wizard wear it?
Anybody can wear it with any proficiency.
I'm going to accept the this Gustav's Bane for Manu and tell him that I appreciate him sharing such a powerful weapon.
Yeah, you can have the barrier tattoo. I mean, if he gives it to you.
Please tag me up.
You got to take off your armor first.
So there's scale mail +2 sitting out there.
So scale mail +2 is the same as half plate plus. Actually, what's scale mail? 2 seconds. Give me a second.
I think it's a 17.
How was she wearing scale mail if she wasn't wearing half plate? Come on, question for you, DM.
She wasn't wearing anything. What do you mean?
Scale mail's medium armor.
Is it?
Yeah.
Well.
Just saying, DM. You had to go at me a minute ago. Look.
Throw it off, and I'm like, oh man, that was heavy.
You didn't even do anything with it.
So
no, studded. +2 studded. +2 studded.
Oh, see, you can't get the names right, mate. It doesn't work.
So I'll take
Ages
as Epione disrobes in front of us, I guess. I will. Who's getting the tattoo?
He's not getting a tattoo.
Hang on. Epione can get that. I'm just looking at what armor are you wearing, Krygar?
I think they're gone.
They're off.
They're gone.
He's got natural armor because he's a lizard folk.
Can I just say that we do have an Ampiones here as well? Man, we've got the all right. Yes, this is great. This is great.
I've got about 10 minutes left, by the way.
Uh-oh.
And I've got
spaghetti
to go eat here in a second. So is Epione getting this barrier tattoo? Who's getting this tattoo?
Yes.
Okay. Epione, add barrier tattoo.
Actually, no. Before you do that, has Epione got any attunement slots available?
That's a good point.
Epione, do you have any attunement spots? Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes, but you are moving now.
Do you have any attunement slots left? What are you wearing? What are you wearing in terms of armor? Bring her on. She's got really weak shit. She's like really she loves her first vandal and stuff. She's literally got the staff of fucking like the shield staff. Like a basic, you're like your day one, like your mage, and you get a +2 AC thing. It's garbage.
I can't even see Epione on the D&D Beyond.
I know.
A necklace and a ring.
I was about to nose around her character sheet, and I can't find it on D&D Beyond.
Oh, I made it shareable.
For whatever reason, her account doesn't have it shareable on the campaign. I don't know.
What are you wearing this attune? Go to your inventory and then scroll down to see the 3 things you're attuned to.
No, you go to inventory and there's an attunement. There's an attunement tab.
Oh, there we go.
Staff of defense.
Oh, she's got a Rod of the Pack to Keeper? Nice.
So her necklace is considered the Rod of the Pack Keeper as well. So she's got two rods.
Okay,
so if they're both attuned, you probably don't need them both attuned, do you?
Don't have the rod. +1 rod or
Argent.
She's not not a member of Stronghold.
That's
Connor
true.
says so. This is Steve. He's not a member of Stronghold.
No,
though.
he is a member of Stronghold. He has not come into the
I
final
saw
battle.
him hanging out with Thavius Krieg. Ooh, he's got Sasuke energy.
He's a noble. What do you expect?
Let's see.
Down with the bourgeoisie.
So I'll just do this. Add barrier tattoo, and let me know what you decide to take out to replace it with. Because all your stuff is basically plus defense, plus 8, plus AC.
Yeah. You might find that when you take the barrier DC, the other stuff you just don't need.
Yeah.
It is barrier tattoo, but like, which one was it? And I'll add it to her.
It's very rare. 18 AC.
Okay, I got it.
Okay, I can remove that. Does somebody want a cold resistance? Who doesn't have cold resistance?
I don't, but what is it?
It's
I
a
think
it's
it's
another tattoo.
Is that attunement item?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, what's Lantaurus? Lantaurus rocking everything good?
Hold on, let me ask him.
I can look at Lentorus's this character.
Yeah, he should be good.
It's Dungeons and Dragons, though. You know what I mean? Like, I want people to participate. No offense. I don't mean to be a Karen DM.
Yeah, you are. God, you such a person.
Not gonna lie, I was really surprised by that sleight of hand thing. I wasn't really expecting that at all.
Oh, dude, I swear I thought you were cheating for a second.
No!
I was just like,
I was just
how
like,
does he know about sleight of hand?
I wasn't. I was just like, I'm gonna try to sneak this away. Like, I have a
That's
hill giant belt. I'm swap him real quick.
So that's the important thing about Manu. No one can sleep next to you. That sucks. You're neutral evil. You've got to control water once per day with a 6 recharge and
sleight of hand. So just proficiency with sleight of hand. Okay.
Very rare barrier.
Yes, very, very rare. I've also got an alchemy jug. I don't know what that's good for, but
that's what Grog carries and puts over top of his head and drinks ale and stuff like that.
An alchemy jug?
Yeah.
My chess piece is fine. Great. Up
Hi,
for
Dan.
grabs. Hold on. Up for grabs in my inventory that I'm not really using right now. I have a wand of binding.
Wand of binding?
Throw that in.
Glamour-studded leather armor.
I'm gonna add that to the bag of holding just so. It's there.
I think that's it. Up for grabs. I have my musket that I never used.
What did you say? What was the armor?
That's a musket from Barovia, by the way.
Yeah, yes it is. It's silver.
That
gold.
one's got inspiration energy as well. Just saying.
What was the armor?
It's glamored studded armor.
Sell it.
Well, glamored studded leather. Excuse me. That's
I got it.
I got it.
Cool.
Alright, I'm gonna take it out of my inventory if you're putting it in the bags.
It's in the bag.
But yeah, I still have a wand of binding too. If anybody wants to use that.
I threw that in the bag as well. Just to...
See, I must admit I had forgotten that artificers could cheat when it came to numbers of attunement because they're cheating little arrows.
Once I get 15, I get another slot.
So basically, that clears out the bag of holding, except for whatever was purchased with all that gold that I gave everybody in the last session of shopping. There was a whole list of crap that we bought.
Yeah, I've been given a cloak of the Mountback. Because why doesn't Connor want? Why? Of course you want Connor to have dimension door, don't you, DM?
All right. I'm playtesting Tiamat offline next week, though, so I'm gonna figure you out. Guess which character I'm playtesting against.
Barbarian.
A barbarian and a certain ranger. Yeah.
A barbarian with all of the resistances.
Exactly. Are you resistant to lava? That's the key.
Is that what is that considered fire?
It's considered just straight. I don't know. It's gonna be. Yeah, you can try to resist it as much as you want. It's lava in D&D is pretty terrible. I think that's the only 10 die 10 damage.
Yeah.
Dan has Nefertiti.
He's got what?
Nefertiti armor.
No, he should be wearing. He should be wearing that.
Eferiti. It's Eferiti.
Oh.
Eferiti.
Not Nefertiti.
Eferiti.
Not Nefertiti.
He should be
No.
wearing that.
He is.
Eferiti. Doesn't Eferiti armor is immune to fire?
See, index
Was it-
lava.
Yeah.
Not lava though.
Yeah.
He can walk up.
Says you can walk on it in the description.
I can understand primordial. In addition, I can stand on and walk across molten rock as if it were solid ground.
Which would be lava.
Cool. Tight. No doubt. This is gonna be called like
AKA geology
Peralta,
class
the DM.
lava.
It's like, all right, I'm gonna go cry about something else right now.
This is geology 101.
It's okay. I'm looking forward to the first couple of rounds of me hiding against Tiamat and seeing what happens.
Okay. Yeah. It's like,
Hey, my character would, okay? You
Yeah.
try.
All right. Well, I'm gonna have to go eat here because
we're
Yeah,
gonna-
I've got to disappear.
All right. So, let me do a cliffhanger. Right. So, yeah, the door knocks, and it's Rainier Neverember. On the outside.
Hello? Housekeeping?
It's Rainier.
I could see him through the wall. I'm sure.
Yeah. But you don't know him. You don't know who this guy is.
Oh, that's a good point. Hey, there's a strapping young lad outside. Who is this?
I'll go and check it. I'll go and check who it is. Hello?
You see Rainier fully armed up, and he waves over at Henry. And he's
Hey, you got a lot more appendages than I last time I saw you.
like, this would be a good place. I didn't know you guys had something like this. This would be a good
Please,
place.
please come in.
All right. The door shuts.
And I'll shut.
He goes,
And I go, pay no mind to this as I put away the red dragon horn thing.
he looks at you guys and he goes, "It's the Darkhold. That's the entrance. To be continued."
Dum dum dum.
Sweet.
They go, look, I didn't charge anybody for anything. I was very, very impressed with myself.
You didn't charge anyone.
Let us know when stream stoppy.